What if the greatest marvels of human history were never built by human hands? In the shadow of ancient civilizations, colossal structures stand, frozen in time, monuments to a forgotten era, crafted with a precision and scale so advanced they defy logic. These are the pre-flood structures, remnants of a world that once thrived before the waters came. But here's the chilling truth. Some of these buildings are so impossibly intricate, so perfectly engineered, that even our modern technology struggles to replicate them. How could primitive societies, with no machines, no advanced tools, have created such awe-inspiring works? And why do they continue to baffle the minds of archaeologists and historians today? Was it the work of a lost civilization, a hidden genius, or perhaps something beyond human comprehension? As we peel back the layers of time, we uncover more questions than answers. Questions that push the boundaries of everything we think we know. So, sit back, relax, and let's dive deeper into the mystery of the most terrifying, awe-inspiring structures ever created, before the flood swept them away. Hidden beneath the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey, where the landscape seems untouched by time, lies a site that has completely reshaped our understanding of human history. Göbekli Tepe, often referred to as the world's first temple, stands as an enigma, a monumental stone complex that predates the rise of civilization by thousands of years. Its very existence challenges the conventional timeline of human development, forcing us to reconsider what we know about the dawn of human society. The site itself is mesmerizing. From above, it appears as little more than a mound of earth, a hill dotted with sparse vegetation, overlooking the arid plains below. Yet, beneath the surface lies a complex labyrinth of massive stone pillars arranged in a series of circular enclosures. These stones, some weighing up to 20 tons, are carved with intricate reliefs of animals, lions, snakes, scorpions, and birds, suggesting not just functionality, but a deeper symbolic significance. The sheer scale of the construction alone is staggering, especially when we consider that this was built at least 12,000 years ago, long before the advent of writing, metal tools, or urban centers. The standard narrative of history places the rise of civilization in the Fertile Crescent around 10,000 years ago, with farming and permanent settlements appearing only after the domestication of plants and animals. Yet, Göbekli Tepe's construction occurred long before this agricultural revolution, at a time when humans were still primarily hunter-gatherers. How could such a complex and sophisticated structure have been built by people with no advanced tools, no settled way of life, and no clear social hierarchy? The answers are as elusive as the site itself. Archaeologists have uncovered roughly 20 circular enclosures, with more yet to be unearthed. Each one is a marvel of prehistoric engineering, with large monolithic pillars arranged in a symmetrical pattern, some of them reaching heights of over 16 feet. The carvings on the stones are even more perplexing, depicting animals that were likely symbolic in nature, potentially representing deities or spiritual beliefs. The advanced craftsmanship suggests that the builders were not only skilled stonemasons, but also had an intricate understanding of geometry, astronomy, and symbolism, skills that seem far beyond what would be expected of a hunter-gatherer society. It's important to note that Göbekli Tepe's builders didn't leave behind any evidence of the kind of permanent settlements or farming communities one would expect to accompany such monumental architecture. No traces of residential buildings have been found. Instead, the site seems to have been used solely for ceremonial or religious purposes. This raises a profound question. Why would a group of people, still reliant on hunting and gathering, invest so much time and effort into creating a monumental temple complex? One of the most intriguing aspects of Göbekli Tepe is its age. Carbon dating places its construction at around 9600 BCE, some 6,000 years before the Great Pyramids of Giza and roughly 4,000 years before the construction of Stonehenge. This makes it the oldest known religious site on the planet, predating the rise of agriculture, writing, and even the first cities. The conventional theory is that Göbekli Tepe was a center for communal rituals, a place where early humans gathered to worship or engage in complex social exchanges. But even this theory begs the question, what drove these hunter-gatherers to create such a monumental site, and how did they manage to achieve such remarkable feats of construction? One of the key mysteries surrounding Göbekli Tepe is the purpose of the site. While archaeologists agree that it was likely used for ritualistic or religious purposes, no consensus has been reached on exactly what kind of rituals took place here. The carvings on the pillars suggest a connection to animals, perhaps indicating a belief system that revolved around animal totems or a pantheon of animal deities. The imagery of predatory animals such as lions and snakes also suggests that the builders may have seen themselves as connected to these creatures in a spiritual or symbolic way, possibly viewing them as intermediaries between the human and divine realms. Some scholars propose that Göbekli Tepe may have been a place of astronomical significance used to track celestial events and cycles. The alignment of certain pillars with the solstices and other celestial phenomena hints at a deep understanding of the stars, suggesting that the people of Göbekli Tepe may have used the site to mark the passage of time, seasons, or even to guide their migration patterns. This idea is supported by the discovery of T-shaped pillars that some researchers believe were designed to represent humans or gods, standing tall like sentinels of the heavens, keeping watch over the earth below. But while these theories provide intriguing insight into the possible functions of Göbekli Tepe, they also raise further questions. How did these early humans develop such sophisticated astronomical knowledge? How did they manage to transport and carve such massive stones with the primitive tools available to them at the time? Could it be that the builders of Göbekli Tepe possessed knowledge lost to history, knowledge that modern archaeologists have yet to uncover? There are fringe theories that suggest answers to these questions, though they remain controversial. Some have proposed that Göbekli Tepe was built by an advanced civilization that existed long before the rise of Mesopotamia, one that possessed knowledge of the stars, engineering, and construction techniques far beyond the capabilities of the Stone Age. Others speculate that the site could be evidence of extraterrestrial influence, with the extraordinary complexity and scale of the construction pointing to a civilization with access to technology far more advanced than anything we know. While these theories remain speculative and unproven, they do highlight the profound mystery surrounding Göbekli Tepe. If such a site was built by hunter-gatherers, what does that say about the capabilities of early human societies? Could it be that our ancestors were far more advanced than we give them credit for? Or is there another unknown force at work here, one that we have yet to understand? Göbekli Tepe continues to intrigue and baffle scientists, historians, and archaeologists alike. It is a site that challenges our fundamental understanding of human history, and yet, despite decades of excavation, much of its purpose remains shrouded in mystery. What we do know is that the people who built it were far more than simple hunter-gatherers. They were visionaries, deeply connected to the world around them, and driven by a need to create something that transcended the ordinary. Whether that something was a temple, a cosmic observatory, or something else entirely is still up for debate. As we continue to uncover the secrets of Göbekli Tepe, we are reminded that the past is not as neatly divided into epochs of civilization and pre-civilization as we once believed. The gap between the known and the unknown grows ever wider as we realize that there are still vast mysteries lurking beneath the surface of human history, waiting to be discovered. And who knows? Perhaps the answers we seek are not buried in the stones themselves, but in the questions they raise. Nestled high in the rugged altiplano of Bolivia, near the ancient city of Tiahuanaco, lies Punku, one of the most perplexing archaeological sites on Earth. Unlike Göbekli Tepe's sweeping circles of monolithic pillars, Punku is a sprawling complex of precisely cut stones, laid out with an architectural sophistication that still baffles researchers today. The site stretches over several hectares, scattered with enormous blocks of andesite and granite, some weighing several tons, positioned in intricate patterns and configurations that defy easy explanation. What immediately captures the eye and the imagination are the astonishingly sharp, clean edges of these stones. Some exhibit cuts so precise and smooth it is as if they were sliced with advanced machinery. Rectangular blocks fit together with such tight tolerances that even a single sheet of paper cannot slide between them. The flat surfaces gleam with an unnatural polish, and many stones display perfectly right-angled grooves and channels, reminiscent of the work of modern industrial tools. The precision is remarkable, especially considering the estimated age of the site, around 14,000 to 17,000 years old, predating most known civilizations. Archaeologists recognize Punku as part of the Tiahuanaco culture, an influential Andean civilization that flourished between roughly 300 and 1000 CE. Yet the sheer scale and craftsmanship of Punku's stonework suggests an origin that challenges even the Tiahuanaco timeline. Radiocarbon dating of organic materials found nearby has pushed back the site's construction to a period far earlier than previously believed, raising questions about who the builders really were and how they accomplished such feats. The stones themselves add to the puzzle. Some weigh more than 100 tons, quarried from sites miles away and transported across difficult terrain without the aid of wheeled vehicles or draft animals. The logistics alone are staggering, but it is the cutting and shaping of the stones that provoke the deepest curiosity. Traditional tools, bronze or stone chisels, could not easily produce such perfectly straight lines and right angles, especially on hard igneous rock like andesite and granite. Experimental archaeologists attempting to replicate the cuts with primitive methods have found the task nearly impossible. This has led some experts to describe the craftsmanship at Punku as laser-like, a phrase that captures the uncanny smoothness and precision of the stone surfaces. Yet, no physical evidence of advanced cutting tools has ever been found at the site. No metal blades or machinery, no evidence of grinding equipment that could achieve such finishes. It seems to defy the conventional narrative of technological progress in the ancient world. Some scholars suggest that the builders employed techniques lost to history, perhaps sophisticated abrasive methods involving sand and water, or ingenious uses of leverage and repeated hammering that modern researchers have yet to fully understand. Others point to the possibility that the stones were shaped in a now-vanished workshop, with specialized craftsmen mastering an unknown technique of stone carving and polishing. Indeed, the craftsmanship speaks to a level of architectural planning and engineering that rivals, if not surpasses, many later civilizations. Yet, despite these logical explanations, the mystery of Punku remains deepened by the nature of its layout and design. The blocks are not merely piled haphazardly. They fit together in complex joints, including precise dovetails and interlocking shapes that would prevent lateral movement. Some stones are carved into T-shapes, half-moon channels, and intricate geometric patterns, features that would require meticulous measurement and design. The sheer uniformity and repetition of these patterns across multiple stones, scattered over such a vast area, suggest a highly organized society with advanced knowledge of geometry and structural engineering. But where did such knowledge come from? Conventional archaeology attributes Punku to the Tiahuanaco culture, but the age estimates push the origins back thousands of years before Tiahuanaco's peak. This discrepancy fuels questions about the site's true age and the identity of its builders. Was Punku the work of a forgotten culture with technological skills lost in the annals of time? Or was it perhaps constructed over many centuries, rebuilt and modified by successive civilizations, each adding layers of complexity? Beyond the questions of tool use and architectural methods, the site's very purpose remains unclear. Some archaeologists propose that Puma Punku served as a ceremonial or religious complex, a sacred precinct designed to honor deities or natural forces. Its proximity to Tiahuanaco, itself a spiritual and political center, supports this view. Others speculate that Puma Punku had an astronomical function, with the layout of stones aligned to solstices or celestial events, much like other ancient sites around the world. Intriguingly, some stones appear carved with symbolic or abstract motifs whose meanings have yet to be deciphered. Could these have been part of a coded language or a symbolic system of knowledge? Theories range from practical calendars to spiritual iconography. Whatever the case, the precision and complexity of these carvings hint at a culture deeply connected with the cosmos and the natural world, possessing knowledge that went far beyond simple survival. This has opened the door to more speculative theories. Fringe researchers have proposed that Puma Punku's extraordinary stonework might have involved technologies or knowledge far beyond what ancient people could achieve on their own. Ideas range from lost advanced civilizations predating the known historical timeline to extraterrestrial intervention, concepts often dismissed by mainstream scholars but persistent in popular culture. While such theories remain unproven and controversial, they underscore the profound mystery of Puma Punku. The site sits at the intersection of what we know and what we have yet to understand. It challenges us to reconsider the linear view of history and human progress, inviting us to imagine a past far more complex and enigmatic than the textbooks suggest. The questions linger. How were these stones cut with such laser-like precision so many thousands of years ago? What tools or techniques enabled their transportation and assembly? What was the meaning behind the intricate joints and patterns? And who were the people capable of such architectural mastery? As we trace the shadows of time at Puma Punku, we confront the vast unknown, the silent testimony of stones that have witnessed epochs beyond human memory. The site remains an open book with many pages yet unread, its secrets buried deep beneath layers of earth and speculation. And so, the story of Puma Punku continues, not as a closed chapter but as a living mystery, inviting us to look deeper, think broader, and perhaps one day uncover truths that challenge our very understanding of the ancient world. As we leave behind the high plains of Bolivia and the precision-cut stones of Puma Punku, our journey continues across continents to the ancient city of Baalbek, nestled in the fertile Bekaa Valley of modern-day Lebanon. Here, towering above the landscape, lies one of the most formidable and enigmatic architectural feats ever attempted by humanity. Colossal megalithic blocks, some weighing nearly 1,500 tons, arranged in a vast platform that has defied explanation for centuries. Baalbek's Great Platform, also known as the Temple Mount, serves as the foundation for a complex of Roman temples, most famously the Temple of Jupiter. But what truly captivates archaeologists, engineers, and visitors alike are the massive stones that compose the platform itself. Stones so enormous that their sheer size and weight push the boundaries of what we understand ancient civilizations could have moved or shaped. These megaliths, some stretching over 20 meters in length and standing over 4 meters high, are among the largest quarried stones used in any ancient construction on Earth. From a distance, the platform appears as a seamless, immovable block, perfectly leveled and meticulously aligned. The precision with which these gigantic stones fit together is staggering. No mortar is visible, yet the joints are so tight that even a blade of grass could not fit between them. The craftsmanship is undeniably masterful, demonstrating an understanding of geometry and engineering far beyond the ordinary. The biggest question remains: how were these immense stones quarried, transported, and positioned with such precision? Historical records from Roman times acknowledge Baalbek's grand temples, but offer only sparse details about the logistics behind the foundation. The traditional narrative holds that the Romans built the platform using basic pulleys, rollers, and sheer manpower. However, when confronted with the reality of moving blocks weighing upwards of 1,500 tons, roughly the equivalent of a fully loaded jumbo jet, skepticism arises. Modern engineering teams, using contemporary tools and calculations, find such feats nearly impossible without the aid of advanced machinery or techniques lost to antiquity. To add to the mystery, some of the largest stones, known as the trilithon blocks, were quarried from nearby sites but remain astonishingly unmoved to this day. These blocks weigh between 800 to 1,200 tons each and lie at the quarry untouched, raising the question, why would ancient builders quarry stones so massive and then leave them behind instead of using them for the platform? The sheer scale of these stones suggests a capability far exceeding anything else built in the ancient world. Scholars continue to debate the methods used. Some propose that the builders employed massive earthen ramps, combined with sophisticated systems of levers, pulleys, and wooden sledges lubricated with water or oil to reduce friction. Others suggest that the stones were floated on barges along rivers during the wet season. Yet none of these explanations fully account for the precision and scale of the work, nor the apparent absence of supporting infrastructure or evidence for such elaborate logistics. Another enigma lies in the stone's shaping and fitting. Each block bears smooth surfaces, with edges so finely worked they interlock like the pieces of a colossal jigsaw puzzle. The joints include notches and grooves that lock the stones together to withstand earthquakes, a testament to both the engineering acumen and the builder's awareness of the region's seismic activity. How could such sophisticated techniques develop in an era when, according to mainstream archaeology, such engineering knowledge was in its infancy? Some researchers point to the possibility that Baalbek's megalithic foundations predate the Roman temples themselves, remnants of an earlier civilization possessing advanced construction knowledge. Supporting this, fragments of inscriptions and artifacts unearthed nearby suggest that the site may have had a much longer and more complex history than the visible Roman layers indicate. Could these massive stones be the legacy of a forgotten epoch? This theory gains traction when one considers the peculiar nature of the quarry itself. The stones were extracted from solid bedrock with remarkable accuracy, producing blocks with surfaces so flat and edges so straight that they appear to have been cut with technology far beyond chisels and hammers. Experimental archaeology has struggled to replicate these finishes using known ancient tools. Could these cuts have been made with metal tools unknown to history, or with techniques involving abrasive materials that have since been lost? The mystery deepens when some observers note the unusual characteristics of the stone surfaces. Some appear almost polished, with patterns that could be interpreted as tooling marks inconsistent with primitive technology. Were the builders using an advanced form of stone cutting that has no parallel in other ancient cultures? And if so, why did this knowledge disappear? These questions have inspired a range of alternative theories. Some fringe scholars speculate that Baalbek was constructed, or at least initiated, by a culture predating known history, one possibly possessing advanced technology or knowledge passed down from unknown sources. Others have suggested the involvement of external, non-human agents, positing that such massive feats could not have been accomplished without help beyond human means. Though such claims remain outside mainstream acceptance, their persistence reveals the depth of the puzzle Baalbek represents. Despite millennia of study, Baalbek continues to resist definitive answers. The scale, precision, and ambition embodied in those massive stones challenge our assumptions about the capabilities of ancient builders. Were these megaliths simply the result of determined human ingenuity and countless laborers over generations? Or do they point to lost chapters of human history, hidden beneath layers of stone and myth? As the sun sets over the Bekaa Valley, casting long shadows over the colossal blocks, Baalbek stands as a silent sentinel to the ages, a monument both to human achievement and to mystery. The stones do not speak, but they hold the weight of untold stories, inviting us to ponder what forces, known or unknown, shaped their creation. The truth remains buried, locked in stone. And like the ancient builders themselves, we are left to wonder, who moved these 1,500-ton stones, and why? From the towering megaliths of Baalbek, our journey takes us thousands of miles eastward to the shimmering Arabian Sea, where beneath the restless waves off the coast of Gujarat, India, lies a city shrouded in legend and mystery, Dwarka. Reputed to be one of the world's oldest submerged metropolises, Dwarka's story is steeped in ancient texts, archaeology, and unanswered questions that challenge our understanding of history and the forces that shaped human civilization. For centuries, Dwarka has occupied a unique place in Indian mythology and history. Described in the Mahabharata and other ancient Sanskrit scriptures, it is said to be the majestic kingdom of Lord Krishna, a divine figure who led his people in an era long before recorded history. According to legend, Dwarka was a thriving urban center, famed for its palaces, temples, and bustling trade, before it mysteriously vanished beneath the waves, perhaps a victim of cataclysmic floods or seismic upheavals. But how much of this legend is grounded in fact? In the mid-20th century, a series of underwater explorations off the coast of present-day Dwarka revealed astonishing structures lying submerged beneath the sea. Stone walls, fortifications, and terraces were discovered at varying depths, hinting at an ancient city that was no mere myth. The outlines of what appear to be streets and buildings stretch out beneath the water, perfectly preserved under layers of sediment. These archaeological finds are among the oldest submerged ruins ever uncovered, dated by some estimates to be over 9,000 years old, far older than the accepted timeline of urban development in the Indian subcontinent. The age alone invites a re-examination of the established history. Could this be the remnants of a sophisticated pre-flood civilization, wiped away by rising seas or devastating natural disasters? The site itself presents a fascinating blend of verified facts and enduring mysteries. Archaeologists have documented a variety of artifacts, pottery shards, stone tools, and remnants of marine life encrusted on the ruins, indicating human occupation. Carbon dating and sediment analysis suggest periods of habitation well before the commonly accepted dates for ancient Indian urbanization. Yet much of the city remains unexplored, cloaked in murky waters and shifting sands. One of the most compelling aspects of Dwarka is its advanced urban planning. The layout revealed by sonar mapping indicates wide roads, grid-like street patterns, and carefully constructed drainage systems, all hallmarks of a highly organized society. This complexity raises questions. Who were the people capable of such engineering feats? What technologies did they employ? And how did they manage to create such an expansive city in an era when human settlements were believed to be small and scattered? Natural explanations offer partial answers. The Indian coastline has been shaped by millennia of tectonic activity, sea level fluctuations, and powerful monsoons. Some researchers propose that gradual sea level rise, combined with catastrophic floods or earthquakes, could have submerged a once thriving coastal city. Others argue that sediment shifts and changing river courses may have altered the landscape, swallowing parts of the city over time. Yet, the deeper one probes, the more the mystery expands. The age and scale of the ruins suggest a civilization with knowledge and capabilities well ahead of what conventional archaeology attributes to the period. Could Dwarka have been part of a global network of advanced settlements that vanished in a widespread prehistoric catastrophe? Was the city intentionally built on a vulnerable coastal site, or did geological forces conspire to erase its existence? Some scholars point to connections with other ancient submerged sites worldwide, cities off the coasts of Japan, the Mediterranean, and the Caribbean, suggesting that rising seas after the last ice age may have swallowed numerous coastal civilizations. If so, what common threads tie these sites together? Did a pre-flood era exist, in which human societies flourished with technologies now lost to time? More speculative theories arise from the spiritual and mythological significance of Dwarka. In the epic tales, the city was said to have been constructed with divine assistance, with golden streets and palatial grandeur. Some propose that these stories may encode memories of real events, massive cataclysms, and the loss of advanced knowledge. Could these myths preserve clues about human resilience and adaptation in the face of planetary upheaval? Despite the advances in underwater archaeology and satellite imaging, much about Dwarka remains tantalizingly out of reach. The shifting sands of the seafloor complicate excavation, and the sheer depth and extent of the site make comprehensive study difficult. Political and logistical challenges add further layers of complexity to the investigation. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the waves, the sunken city of Dwarka rests silently beneath the sea, an ancient enigma waiting patiently for the next wave of discovery. Its story, blending myth, history, and mystery, reminds us that the past is not always where we expect it to be. Buried beneath the ocean's depths may lie truths that challenge our understanding of civilization's origins and the forces that shaped our world. The question lingers: what secrets lie beneath those waters, hidden by time and tide? And how much of our history remains submerged, waiting to be reclaimed from the depths? Beneath the restless waves off the coast of Japan's southernmost island lies a structure that has puzzled scientists, archaeologists, and divers for decades. A sprawling underwater formation known as the Yonaguni Monument. At first glance, the monument appears as a massive stepped pyramid carved from the natural bedrock of the ocean floor, with sharp edges, smooth surfaces, and right-angled terraces that seem eerily deliberate. Yet, as with many ancient wonders hidden beneath the surface, the question that continues to haunt experts is simple, yet profound. Is this an extraordinary work of prehistoric human engineering, or merely an unusual product of natural geological processes? The Yonaguni Monument was discovered in 1986 by a local diver, and since then it has attracted international attention. Measuring nearly 100 meters long and 30 meters high, the structure's terraces descend in a stair-like fashion, leading some to describe it as an underwater city or temple, submerged thousands of years ago by rising sea levels. The sharpness of the corners, the presence of what appear to be walls, platforms, and steps, and even the resemblance of certain formations to sculptures or carved figures have all fueled speculation that this is more than just a natural rock formation. Geologists point to the region's unique tectonic activity and sedimentation patterns to argue that the monument's shapes are a result of fracturing, erosion, and seismic shifts over millennia. The bedrock is primarily composed of sandstone and mudstone, which naturally fracture along straight lines and break into blocks that could resemble steps or terraces. Additionally, natural erosion from currents, weathering, and ocean movements could smooth and shape these fractures into the precise forms seen today. To them, the Yonaguni Monument is a stunning example of nature's capacity for artistry, shaped not by human hands, but by the slow, inexorable forces of the earth itself. However, other experts, including some archaeologists and divers who have explored the site extensively, suggest that the monument shows unmistakable signs of human craftsmanship. They point to features such as what appear to be carved steps, flat terraces arranged in geometric patterns, and structures resembling walls or platforms that would be highly unusual in a purely natural formation. Moreover, the presence of nearby artifacts, stone tools, and pottery shards found in proximity to the site suggests human habitation in the area before it was submerged by rising seas around 10,000 years ago. The debate grows even more intriguing when considering the context of global sea level changes. At the end of the last ice age, melting glaciers caused sea levels to rise dramatically, inundating coastal regions worldwide and potentially submerging entire cities. If Yonaguni was once above water, it might have been part of an ancient civilization's domain, one whose traces are now lost beneath the ocean. But such a theory challenges conventional archaeology, which has yet to find corroborative evidence of advanced cultures in the region dating back to this period. Adding to the mystery are formations that resemble carved faces or humanoid figures etched into the rock, though these too are contentious. Skeptics argue that pareidolia, the human tendency to perceive familiar patterns where none exist, may be at work, leading observers to see shapes that are coincidental rather than intentional. Yet these figures persist in captivating the imagination, reinforcing the notion that there could be more than meets the eye. The Yonaguni monument thus sits at a crossroads between geology and archaeology, science and speculation. It invites us to question how we define human achievement and to reconsider the timelines of technological and cultural development. Could this structure represent evidence of an advanced prehistoric society, lost to the tides and time? Or is it a testament to the planet's remarkable geological artistry, a natural formation that simply mimics the designs we associate with human hands? Such questions remain unanswered, underscoring the monument's allure. The absence of definitive proof either way has preserved the debate, keeping Yonaguni a subject of fascination for researchers and explorers alike. It is a reminder that beneath the surface of our familiar world, mysteries endure, waiting patiently for new discoveries, technologies, or perspectives to shed light on what lies hidden. As we gaze upon the submerged terraces of Yonaguni, silent and imposing beneath the waves, we are left with a profound sense of wonder. The monument's true origin, whether shaped by nature or crafted by ancient hands, remains a puzzle, one that challenges our understanding of history and invites us to keep searching, questioning, and imagining. What secrets lie buried beneath the ocean's depths? What stories have the waters concealed for millennia? The Yonaguni monument stands as an enigmatic testament to the unknown, a submerged sentinel guarding truths that may one day emerge from the depths. Beneath the turquoise waters off the northern coast of Cuba, where the Caribbean Sea glimmers under the tropical sun, lies a submerged enigma that has captivated researchers and adventurers alike: the mysterious underwater pyramids of Cuba. Unlike the familiar pyramids of Egypt or the stepped temples of Mesoamerica, these structures rest silently beneath the waves, hidden for millennia from the eyes of the world. Their discovery has opened a new chapter in the study of ancient civilizations, challenging long-held beliefs about the origins and capabilities of the peoples who once inhabited this region. The story begins in the late 2000s when a team of marine explorers, using advanced sonar mapping technology, detected unusual geometric formations lying approximately 600 meters beneath the sea surface. The shapes, sharp-edged, angular, and unmistakably architectural, stood out starkly against the natural seafloor. The most prominent of these structures resemble pyramids, rising majestically from the ocean floor, their sides seemingly too regular, their proportions too precise to be dismissed as mere natural formations. As divers ventured closer to these submerged ruins, the mystery deepened. Video footage and photographs revealed terraces, staircases, and even what appear to be roadways connecting the various structures, all crafted from enormous blocks of stone. The complexity and scale suggest a highly organized effort, requiring not only significant engineering skill but also a society capable of mobilizing and sustaining such an undertaking. Yet, the waters of the Caribbean, known for their powerful currents and shifting sediments, obscure much of the site, making detailed exploration challenging. The exact age of the structures remains a subject of debate, with some estimates placing their construction at over 6,000 years ago, well before the rise of known civilizations in the Americas. This dating, if accurate, implies a profound revision of archaeological timelines, suggesting that advanced societies may have existed in the region long before scholars once believed. The Cuban government has authorized several underwater expeditions, but much of the site remains unexplored. Scientists have recovered a range of artifacts, including stone tools and pottery fragments, which hint at human activity, but the evidence is still sparse and open to interpretation. Natural geological processes, such as tectonic activity, sediment deposition, and coral growth, could account for some of the shapes, yet the arrangement and scale of the formations continue to defy simple explanations. Skeptics argue that the pyramids may be the result of a rare but natural geological phenomenon known as polygonal jointing, where rock fractures create angular blocks that, over time, can resemble human-made structures. Indeed, underwater erosion and mineral deposits can sharpen edges and create terraces that mimic architectural design. However, the counterpoint remains. The site's layout, with its apparent streets and connecting paths, is unusual for purely natural formations. The underwater pyramids of Cuba join a growing list of submerged sites around the globe, each challenging traditional narratives about ancient civilizations and their reach. From the sunken city of Dwarka in India to the mysterious terraces of Yonaguni in Japan, these discoveries suggest a time when sea levels were lower and many coastal areas now underwater were home to thriving human communities. One speculative theory gaining traction is that these submerged structures are remnants of a pre-flood civilization, wiped away by rising seas at the end of the last ice age. This would place them within a global context of lost knowledge and vanished cultures, potentially linked by shared technologies or cultural practices now lost to history. If true, these pyramids might represent a chapter in human development that mainstream archaeology has yet to fully uncover or understand. Others propose that the site could have served as a ceremonial or administrative center, a hub of trade or spiritual significance for ancient peoples. Its strategic location near major sea routes supports the idea that early civilizations might have flourished along these now submerged coastlines, navigating and exploiting maritime resources long before the advent of recorded history. Yet, the question remains: who built these pyramids, and for what purpose? Without written records or definitive artifacts, we are left to piece together fragments of history from stone and sea. Could advanced seafaring cultures have existed here, capable of monumental architecture and complex social organization? Or are we witnessing a natural wonder, artfully sculpted by the relentless forces of geology and oceanography? The underwater pyramids of Cuba challenge us to rethink the boundaries between natural and human history, blurring the lines between myth and reality. They remind us that beneath the ocean's surface lies a vast archive of secrets, preserved by time but obscured by water and sediment. Each dive, each sonar scan brings us closer to understanding, yet also reveals the immense scale of what remains hidden. As we contemplate these sunken pyramids, silent and majestic in their watery grave, we are invited to reflect on the impermanence of civilizations and the mysteries they leave behind. What stories lie buried beneath those depths? How much of our collective past remains submerged, waiting patiently for discovery? The search continues, propelled by curiosity and the unyielding human desire to uncover the unknown. And while answers remain elusive, the underwater pyramids of Cuba stand as a profound testament to the enduring mysteries of our planet's ancient history. Beneath the glaring Egyptian sun, on the edge of the vast Giza Plateau, the great Sphinx watches silently over the sands, a colossal guardian carved from a single limestone ridge. With the body of a lion and the face of a man, this enigmatic monument has long been one of the most iconic symbols of ancient Egypt. But beyond its striking visage lies a question that continues to unsettle scholars, archaeologists, and historians alike. Was the Great Sphinx constructed before the famous pyramids that stand nearby? And if so, what does this suggest about the origins and timeline of Egyptian civilization? At first glance, the Sphinx's connection to the pyramids seems undeniable. Positioned just to the east of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, the three Great Pyramids of Giza define the area, and the Sphinx is often assumed to be a complementary monument, built by the same ancient builders as part of a grand funerary complex. Traditional Egyptology dates the Sphinx's construction to around 2500 BCE, during the reign of Pharaoh Khafra, based largely on its proximity to Khafra's pyramid and stylistic comparisons to other monuments. Yet a closer look at the Sphinx reveals puzzles that challenge this established timeline. The weathering patterns on the body and enclosure of the Sphinx appear markedly different from those on the surrounding limestone, suggesting a far older origin. Unlike the typical wind erosion seen in desert environments, the heavy, deep weathering indicates prolonged exposure to water. Given that the Giza Plateau has not seen significant rainfall for millennia, some researchers propose that the erosion is the result of a much earlier era, perhaps dating back to a time when the region experienced intense and sustained rain, thousands of years before the known Egyptian dynasties arose. This hypothesis, first notably put forward by geologist Robert Schoch in the 1990s, has ignited considerable debate. Schoch argues that the Sphinx's weathering patterns point to a construction date as far back as 7000 to 5000 BCE, a period traditionally considered prehistoric for Egypt. If this is accurate, it would mean the Sphinx predates the pyramids by several millennia and suggests an advanced civilization existed far earlier than currently accepted. Archaeologists, however, caution against drawing definitive conclusions from erosion alone. They point out that weathering can be influenced by a variety of factors, including water seepage from the Nile, groundwater fluctuations, and human interventions over centuries. Additionally, no clear archaeological evidence, such as artifacts, inscriptions, or construction records, has been found to support such an early date for the Sphinx. Beyond erosion, the style and symbolism of the Sphinx also raise questions. Traditionally thought to represent Pharaoh Khafra, the Sphinx's face has been compared to statues of Khafra. But some experts note differences that suggest the original head may have been altered or recarved. This opens the possibility that the monument existed in some form prior to Khafra's reign, and was later adapted or updated to suit the pharaoh's image and political ambitions. The mysteries deepen when considering the surrounding Sphinx temple and the complex of carved limestone blocks that appear to have been shaped with extraordinary precision. The alignment and layout of the Sphinx and its adjacent structures hint at astronomical significance, possibly connected to the rising sun or certain star constellations. Could the Sphinx have served as a cosmic marker, a sentinel not just guarding the plateau, but also embodying ancient knowledge of the heavens? Speculative theories even suggest that the Sphinx might be a relic of a lost civilization, one that possessed advanced architectural skills and astronomical understanding long before the Egyptians of the Old Kingdom. Such ideas, while controversial, highlight the enduring allure of the monument as a gateway to the unknown. How did ancient builders, with seemingly limited technology, carve such a massive figure with exquisite detail? The Sphinx's body measures approximately 73 meters in length and 20 meters in height, carved from a single limestone outcrop that was both structurally complex and difficult to work. The precision of the carving, especially in the lion's powerful limbs and the intricate details of the face, speaks to a mastery of stoneworking that challenges assumptions about early engineering. This leads to further questions about the social and cultural context in which the Sphinx was built. Was it a symbol of divine power, a representation of a deity, or a monument commemorating a ruler's greatness? And if its origins are older than believed, what kind of society had the knowledge and resources to create such a masterpiece? As with many ancient enigmas, the evidence is tantalizing but incomplete. Excavations have uncovered fragments of statues, temple ruins, and inscriptions, but none definitively date the Sphinx to a period earlier than Khafra. The sands of time have obscured much of the monument's history, leaving behind a complex puzzle that invites continued investigation. The Great Sphinx story is intertwined with the broader mysteries of Egypt's past, a past marked by monumental achievements, cultural evolutions, and secrets yet to be revealed. Whether it is a product of the Old Kingdom or a relic of an earlier epoch, the Sphinx remains a symbol of humanity's enduring quest to understand its origins. As we stand before this silent guardian, gazing into the lion's eyes carved millennia ago, we are reminded that history is often more layered and complex than the narratives we inherit. The Great Sphinx beckons us to look deeper, to question assumptions, and to embrace the mysteries that continue to challenge our understanding of the ancient world. What truths lie beneath the weathered stone? How much of our past remains hidden beneath the shifting sands of Egypt? The answers may still be buried in time, waiting for those willing to seek them out. Rising from the windswept high plains of Bolivia, near the southern shores of the ancient Lake Titicaca, stands an imposing stone structure that has captured the imagination of explorers and scholars for centuries: the Gate of the Sun. This monolithic portal, carved from a single piece of andesite, is not just an architectural marvel, but a profound symbol of an ancient and enigmatic culture known as Tiahuanaco. The gate's intricate carvings, its precise astronomical alignments, and the sheer scale of its construction invite us into a world lost to time, a world that challenges everything we think we know about prehistoric civilizations. Tiahuanaco, once the heart of a thriving urban center, flourished around 500 to 1000 CE, though some evidence suggests its origins may be far older. The Gate of the Sun itself, adorned with deeply etched reliefs depicting celestial beings, serpents, and an enigmatic central figure known as the Staff God, exudes a mysterious aura. These carvings are not mere decoration. They tell stories of cosmology, spiritual beliefs, and a sophisticated understanding of time and space. The gate's precisely measured dimensions and its alignment with solstices and equinoxes hint at an advanced knowledge of astronomy, raising questions about the people who built it. The traditional archaeological narrative sees Tiahuanaco as a pre-Incan culture that developed complex social and architectural skills through centuries of gradual evolution. The city's ruins, massive stone blocks perfectly cut and fitted without mortar, elaborate canals, and towering pyramids, support this view of an indigenous civilization flourishing in the harsh Andean environment. Yet, many aspects of Tiahuanaco's construction defy easy explanation. The stone blocks weigh several tons each, some shaped with such precision that even a knife blade cannot fit between them. How did a society without metal tools or the wheel manage such feats? What methods and technologies were at their disposal? As we peer closer at the Gate of the Sun, the imagery evokes more questions. The Staff God, surrounded by rows of winged figures holding what appear to be thunderbolts or serpents, resembles deities from other ancient cultures, Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and even South Asian. Could this point to a shared source of myth or an ancient connection between distant civilizations? Or does it reveal a universal human language of symbolism, expressed independently in multiple corners of the world? Scholars have long debated the gate's true age. While conventional dating places Tiahuanaco's peak at around 1,500 years ago, some researchers argue for a far older origin, suggesting that the site could be a remnant of a super-civilization predating recorded history. Supporters of this theory point to geological evidence of seismic disturbances and water erosion patterns at the site, indicating it may have been submerged or heavily altered thousands of years ago. If so, then the Gate of the Sun and Tiahuanaco as a whole may be the surviving legacy of a civilization lost to a catastrophic event, possibly linked to the great floods found in many ancient mythologies. This idea of a forgotten super-civilization that flourished before the rise of known ancient cultures remains controversial. Critics argue that the evidence is circumstantial and that advanced construction techniques can be explained through ingenuity and incremental progress. However, the enigma deepens when we consider the cultural and technological knowledge embedded within Tiahuanaco's architecture. The city's urban planning, for example, demonstrates a keen understanding of hydraulics and agriculture, vital for survival in the high-altitude environment. Its engineers carved canals that channeled water across vast distances, irrigating fields and sustaining large populations. This level of organization suggests a society with complex governance and a rich cultural life. Yet, despite these achievements, Tiahuanaco's decline is shrouded in mystery. The city was largely abandoned centuries before the arrival of the Incas, and the reasons remain unclear. Some theories propose environmental changes, such as drought or flooding, while others point to social upheaval or external invasions. If the city was part of a larger, advanced civilization, what caused its downfall? Could it have been a victim of the very cataclysms that folklore and legend whisper about? The Gate of the Sun stands as a silent sentinel, guarding secrets that continue to elude definitive explanation. Its carvings, etched with precision and care, seem to be a message, perhaps a cosmic code or a sacred narrative left behind for those willing to decode it. Yet, without the key to this ancient language, much remains speculative. Could the gate be a remnant of a civilization that possessed knowledge lost to modern times? Did Tiahuanaco serve as a cultural and spiritual hub for a widespread prehistoric network of peoples? Or is it a unique expression of human creativity, emerging independently in the Andean highlands? As we trace the contours of the gate, feel the weight of the massive stone beneath our hands, and contemplate the skies it aligns with, we are reminded of the vastness of history and the limits of our understanding. The ancient builders of Tiahuanaco left us a profound mystery, not just a monument, but an invitation to explore the depths of human ingenuity and the hidden chapters of our past. What other truths lie buried beneath the Andean soil? How many stories remain untold, waiting for discovery? The Gate of the Sun beckons us not only to look back, but to embrace the mysteries still woven into the fabric of our world. From the rolling plains of southern England, where winds whisper secrets through ancient grasslands, rises one of the most iconic monuments in human history, Stonehenge. At first glance, this vast ring of towering stones might seem a relic of a simpler age, a prehistoric calendar designed to mark the passage of seasons. Yet, as we step closer, tracing the weathered surfaces of its massive sarsen stones and the smaller bluestones, a far more complex and enigmatic picture begins to emerge. Stonehenge, it seems, is not merely a marker of time but a puzzle wrapped in millennia of mystery. Dating back nearly 5,000 years, the monument's construction spans several phases, beginning in the late Neolithic period and continuing into the Bronze Age. The stones themselves were transported from distant regions, some from the Preseli Hills in Wales, nearly 150 miles away, a feat that continues to baffle engineers and archaeologists alike. What purpose drove communities without modern technology to labor so intensively, hauling these massive stones across vast landscapes? Was it simply to observe the sun and moon, or was there a deeper, more profound reason? Traditional scholarship has long emphasized Stonehenge's role as an astronomical calendar, a place to mark solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles. Indeed, the alignment of the heel stone and the entrance to the monument with the sunrise on the summer solstice is undeniable. Yet this explanation, while compelling, scratches only the surface of the monument's significance. Archaeological findings have revealed evidence of ritual burials and ceremonial activity, hinting at a spiritual dimension intertwined with its astronomical functions. Stonehenge may have been a sacred site where the living and the dead intersected, a place where communities gathered to commune with forces beyond the visible world. Intriguingly, recent research has uncovered complex acoustic properties within the stone circle. Certain frequencies resonate within the stones, creating sounds that could have enhanced ritualistic experiences, possibly inducing trance-like states or facilitating communication with unseen realms. Could Stonehenge have been designed not just to mark celestial events, but to serve as a conduit between the human and the divine? The implications invite us to reconsider the monument not just as a prehistoric calendar, but as a center of cosmic and spiritual significance. The mystery deepens when we consider the monument's construction techniques. The stones are precisely shaped and carefully positioned, some weighing upwards of 25 tons, yet there is no clear evidence of the tools or methods used to quarry, transport, and erect these megaliths. How did Neolithic societies achieve such architectural precision? Was their knowledge of engineering and physics more advanced than we have credited? And what social structures were necessary to organize and sustain such monumental efforts over generations? Speculation extends beyond these practical questions. Some theories propose that Stonehenge was part of a network of sacred sites spread across prehistoric Europe, interconnected through shared religious practices or a lost cultural tradition. Others suggest that the monument's layout encodes esoteric knowledge, mathematical, astronomical, or even metaphysical, passed down through generations in ways that modern science has yet to decode. One particularly provocative hypothesis posits that Stonehenge, along with other ancient sites, was built or inspired by survivors of a pre-flood civilization, a highly advanced culture whose knowledge and technology were lost to a cataclysmic event. Could the monument be a vestige of this forgotten world, a marker left behind to preserve ancient wisdom and cosmic awareness? While these ideas remain controversial and often speculative, they underscore a broader truth. Stonehenge's origins and purpose resist simple explanations. Each new excavation and study reveals further layers of complexity, yet the core enigma persists. Why invest such monumental effort into a structure that defies easy categorization? What drove these early peoples to conceive and realize a vision so grand and enduring? As we walk among the stones today, feeling the weight of history in the wind, we confront a monument that is more than stone and earth. It is a silent witness to human curiosity, ingenuity, and a longing to connect with something beyond ourselves. The answers may lie buried beneath the soil or hidden in the intangible echoes of ancient ritual, but for now, Stonehenge continues to guard its secrets, inviting us to listen carefully, question deeply, and wonder endlessly about the truths still waiting to be discovered. As we leave the mystique of Stonehenge behind and turn our gaze toward the ancient Indus Valley, the sprawling ruins of Mohenjo-Daro emerge like a whisper from a forgotten past. Nestled along the banks of the now quiet Indus River, this city, once vibrant and teeming with life, holds secrets that continue to puzzle historians and engineers alike. At the heart of Mohenjo-Daro's enigma lies one of its most remarkable achievements, an advanced drainage system that predates similar technologies by millennia, revealing an architectural sophistication that seems almost impossibly ahead of its time. Walking through the remnants of this ancient metropolis, one is struck by the order and precision of its urban planning. Straight, wide streets intersect neatly, forming a grid-like pattern that hints at careful design rather than haphazard growth. Yet it is beneath the surface where Mohenjo-Daro truly astonishes. The city's drainage network, meticulously constructed from baked bricks and covered channels, suggests a level of engineering mastery rarely associated with civilizations of this era. Nearly every house was connected to this system, allowing wastewater and rainwater to be efficiently carried away from the living quarters, an innovation that speaks volumes about the inhabitants' understanding of sanitation and public health. Dating back approximately 4,500 to 5,000 years, Mohenjo-Daro's drainage network is not only extensive, but remarkably sophisticated. Its underground channels were designed with gentle slopes to ensure smooth flow, complete with inspection holes and maintenance access points. Such attention to detail indicates a communal effort and a societal emphasis on hygiene and urban sustainability, concepts that many later civilizations struggled to implement. How did a society so long ago conceive and execute such an intricate system without the aid of modern tools or machinery? Conventional explanations suggest that the people of Mohenjo-Daro were skilled brickmakers and planners who developed this system through practical necessity and incremental innovation. Indeed, the Indus Valley Civilization's archaeological record points to a high degree of organization and technological capability. But questions linger. What cultural or environmental pressures drove such advanced engineering at a time when many other contemporary civilizations had yet to develop even rudimentary sanitation? Moreover, the durability of the drainage infrastructure itself is striking. Millennia after its construction, portions of the system still stand, preserved beneath layers of earth and debris. This resilience hints at a profound understanding of materials and hydrodynamics, begging the question, did Mohenjo-Daro's architects possess knowledge lost to time, or were they simply brilliant problem solvers responding to their unique environment? The mystery deepens when we consider the lack of deciphered written records from the Indus Valley civilization. Without textual evidence explaining their methods or intentions, much of what we understand comes from the physical remains alone. We are left to infer, to imagine the lives of the engineers and laborers who painstakingly laid bricks and shaped channels, guided by principles that remain partially obscure to modern eyes. Some scholars propose that Mohenjo-Daro's drainage system was part of a larger, holistic urban philosophy, one that integrated environmental harmony, community well-being, and spiritual practice. Was cleanliness seen not merely as a physical necessity, but as a ritualistic or symbolic act? Did the flow of water beneath the city represent a metaphor for purification or renewal, reflecting deeper cultural beliefs? Venturing further into speculation, fringe theories have emerged suggesting that Mohenjo-Daro's technological prowess might indicate contact with, or inheritance from, an even older, possibly forgotten civilization, one with advanced knowledge that predates the accepted timeline of human development. Could this city be a surviving fragment of such a legacy, a testament to human ingenuity that defies our linear understanding of history? While these ideas are far from universally accepted, they highlight a broader truth. Mohenjo-Daro challenges our assumptions about the origins of urban sophistication. It compels us to ask whether our ancestors were capable of greater feats than we often credit, and whether there are still vast chapters of human history waiting to be uncovered beneath the dust. As we contemplate the silent channels winding beneath this ancient city, we are reminded that every stone, every brick, every carefully carved drainage hole is a fragment of a story only partially told. The mystery of Mohenjo-Daro's advanced drainage system is a riddle etched in clay and water, one that continues to inspire wonder, inviting us to peer deeper into the past and question what knowledge may still lie hidden, waiting for discovery. Flowing gently from the ancient urban genius of Mohenjo-Daro's subterranean labyrinths, we now find ourselves amid the dense jungles of Cambodia, where a different marvel of human ingenuity quietly emerges. Angkor Wat. This sprawling temple complex, often hailed as the largest religious monument on Earth, is far more than an architectural masterpiece. It is a cryptic puzzle etched in stone and space, a blueprint of cosmic proportions that continues to baffle archaeologists, historians, and architects alike. Rising from the emerald canopy, Angkor Wat's symmetrical layout commands awe. Its towering spires pierce the sky, while vast moats and intricate causeways encircle a labyrinth of sanctuaries and courtyards. But it is not merely its grand scale that captivates. It is the astonishing precision and design that whisper of a knowledge far beyond the ordinary. The entire complex is oriented with such astronomical exactness that scholars speculate it may have been conceived as a celestial map, aligned meticulously with the solstices and equinoxes, reflecting the ancient Khmer's intimate understanding of the cosmos. Built in the early 12th century under King Suryavarman II, Angkor Wat is traditionally celebrated as a Hindu temple dedicated to Vishnu, later transitioning to a Buddhist site. Yet beneath these cultural identities lies a deeper enigma. How did the architects achieve such perfect symmetry, precision stone cutting, and urban planning on a scale so vast, with tools and technology seemingly limited by the standards of the time? The stones themselves present a conundrum. Massive sandstone blocks, some weighing over 1.5 tons, were quarried from distant sites, transported over dozens of kilometers, and fitted together with astonishing exactness, seems nearly invisible to the naked eye. The craftsmanship reveals advanced engineering skills, but also hints at a systematic blueprint guiding every step, a plan so comprehensive it raises the question, was Angkor Wat designed with knowledge inherited from a lost civilization, or perhaps a forgotten tradition of architectural mastery? Many conventional theories credit the Khmer Empire's sophisticated bureaucracy, skilled artisans, and deep religious motivation as driving forces behind the temple's construction. They point to extensive labor organization, hydraulic engineering feats, and cultural continuity as explanations. Still, the precision of the alignment, the complexity of the layout, and the sheer scale of the project defy simple explanation. How could a civilization without modern surveying instruments or machinery orchestrate such a feat? Could their knowledge have been passed down through generations from an even older, advanced culture now lost to time? Adding layers to the mystery is the symbolic significance embedded in Angkor Wat's design. The temple mirrors the mythical Mount Meru, the center of the universe in Hindu cosmology, yet the complex also aligns with the lunar calendar, solar cycles, and cardinal points. Was the site more than a religious monument? Could it have functioned as an ancient observatory, a celestial calendar, or even a blueprint encoding astronomical knowledge? If so, what secrets were these builders encoding into stone, and for whom? Some researchers explore the possibility that Angkor Wat's builders accessed a profound scientific and spiritual knowledge system, integrating astronomy, geometry, and cosmology into a unified architectural vision. This knowledge, they suggest, could have roots extending far beyond the Khmer period, possibly tied to a forgotten global network of ancient civilizations with shared wisdom. Fringe theories have ventured further, speculating that the precision and scale of Angkor Wat surpass what should have been achievable at the time, suggesting influences from unknown advanced cultures, or even extraterrestrial guidance. While such ideas remain speculative, they underscore the depth of the mystery and the limitations of our current understanding. What remains undeniable is that Angkor Wat stands not only as a monument of stone and faith, but as a testament to human creativity and ambition that transcends conventional timelines. Its blueprints, etched in sandstone, continue to challenge historians to reconsider what ancient peoples might have known and achieved. Was this temple simply the pinnacle of Khmer ingenuity, or does it bear the imprint of knowledge from an era before recorded history, waiting patiently beneath the shadows of the jungle? As we explore Angkor Wat's silent corridors and gaze upon its enigmatic bas-reliefs and soaring towers, we are invited to wonder, what truths about human civilization and lost wisdom still lie buried beneath the layers of time? The answers remain elusive, but the temple's very existence reminds us that history often holds more mysteries than certainties, an ongoing puzzle that beckons the curious to look deeper. Flowing seamlessly from the mysteries of Angkor Wat's grand design, we now venture south across the Pacific Ocean into the rugged Andean highlands of Peru. Here lies Chavín de Huántar, a site that pulses with underground energy, where stone corridors and tunnels descend into darkness, revealing a complex that raises profound questions about ancient spirituality, engineering prowess, and the limits of prehistoric human creativity. Rising above the Urubamba and Mosna rivers, the visible remains of Chavín's ceremonial center, platforms, plazas, and stone temples, already hint at a culture full of ritual and symbolism. Yet it is what lies beneath, hidden from sunlight, that enthralls explorers and scholars most. Descending into the earth, one encounters narrow labyrinths lined with precisely carved stone, underground galleries echoing with wind and water, and an array of shafts and conduits that channel subterranean rivers. It feels less like architecture and more like an organic extension of the earth itself, a deliberate shaping of the underworld. Healing in its chill darkness, the tunnels reveal craftsmanship that transcends mere utility. Smooth stone walls bend and curve, leading to ceremonial chambers where worshippers may have performed rites involving sound, smoke, or water. The faint echoes and reverberations hint at an acoustic design that would have amplified chants or flutes, enhancing the sensory experience. It is as though the ancient Chavín intentionally built audio architecture, an oral cathedral beneath the surface. Dating back to roughly 900–200 BCE, Chavín de Huántar's construction reflects a society with more than mere survival in mind. The builders demonstrate clear planning and monumental vision. Stone blocks weighing several tons were quarried, carved, and transported from quarries miles away, then assembled with meticulous precision underground. Yet, with no writing system or recorded blueprints, how did they translate ideological or spiritual visions into stone? Excavations have uncovered carved motifs of jaguars, serpents, and cats, composite beings that embody transformation and power. These were not mere decorations, but likely integral to ritual practices designed to commune with unseen forces. Pilgrims made arduous journeys to this center from distant parts of the Andes, drawn by its sacred energy and the promise of spiritual transformation. What beliefs compelled such devotion, and what secrets were revealed beneath the flicker of torches? Mainstream archaeology attributes Chavín's significance to its role as a pilgrimage hub, an ancient Vatican of the Andes. The subterranean galleries were places of initiation, healing, and communion with the spirit world. Scholars point to the complex hydraulic infrastructure, canals that brought water into the temple during rituals, and shafts carved around pillars to carry echoes or natural language of stones. These innovations hint at sophisticated planning, both spiritual and engineering, a culture that sought alignment between man, nature, and cosmos. Yet many details remain tantalizingly unexplained. How did the builders carve live stone so finely, creating acoustic chambers tuned to specific frequencies? Could the subterranean passages have been used to induce altered states of consciousness through echo, resonance, or sacred geometry? Was the site designed to be felt as much as seen, A place to experience the sacred with all the senses? Fringe theories surrounding Chavín propose even more provocative ideas. Some suggest the tunnels are vestiges of a Pan-Andean civilization far older than the Chavín itself, one that passed down esoteric knowledge through secret orders and lineages. Others speculate that these were not solely underground temples, but part of an integrated energy grid, mapping geometric patterns aligned with celestial constellations. Were intangible energies harnessed within these corridors? Yet other voices see the site as a mythic map, a representation of the underworld, mountains, rivers, and ancestral spirits molded into oracular architecture. This lines up with Andean cosmology, where world is conceived in three realms: the sky, earth, and underworld. Hanan Pacha, Ke Pacha, and Uku Pacha. Was Chavín itself a cosmic gateway between these realms? Regardless of interpretation, Chavín de Huántar stands as a testament to a people who understood that reality might extend beyond what meets the eye. The tunnels, stone temples, and ritual spaces reflect an ancient society grappling with existence, consciousness, and the silent whispers of the earth. Stepping out from the subterranean heart of Chavín into the crisp mountain air, we realize that the focus of this exploration has not been mere stone, but memory. The memory of humankind's vast capacity to shape not only material world, but spiritual experience. Hidden beneath the earth, this underground labyrinth remains as enigmatic as the rituals once practiced there. We have emerged from darkness only to find ourselves again facing questions that resist easy answers. What truths, buried deep beneath the earth and stone and echo, await future explorers? What experiences were meant to unfold within these underground galleries? Chavín de Huántar invites us to go beyond the surface of things, to remember that the ancient world often spoke to the spirits in ways we're only beginning to hear. And somewhere within those stone walls, amidst the echo of vanished chants and footsteps, lie mysteries still waiting to be rediscovered. Flowing from the subterranean mysteries of Chavín de Huántar, our journey now turns westward across the vast expanse of South America, to the windswept plains of the Bolivian highlands, where the ancient site of Puma Punku rests in weathered silence. Here, amid scattered stone ruins that hint at a lost grandeur, we encounter one of the most perplexing enigmas of the ancient world, the so-called H-blocks, massive, precisely shaped stone modules that challenge everything we understand about prehistoric engineering. The ruins of Puma Punku sit just outside the sprawling ceremonial complex of Tiahuanaco, itself a marvel of Andean architecture and cosmic alignment. Yet it is Puma Punku that commands particular attention, for here lies an architectural puzzle unmatched in scale and sophistication. The H-blocks, carved from andesite and red sandstone, weigh several tons each and are cut with extraordinary precision. Their very name comes from the distinctive shape of the stones, resembling the letter H with two parallel arms joined by a central bar. These blocks are no simple monoliths. They feature meticulously drilled holes, sharp right angles, and flat surfaces so perfectly smooth that modern engineers marvel at the craftsmanship. Viewed up close, the stonework of Puma Punku defies easy explanation. Each block fits together with such exactness that even a razor blade cannot slip between the joints. The edges are beveled and chamfered with uniformity that suggests advanced knowledge of geometry and tools far beyond what archaeologists typically attribute to pre-Incan cultures dated to around 500–600 CE. Some blocks show a network of precisely bored circular holes arranged with such regularity that many have wondered whether these were part of a mechanical assembly or modular construction system. How were these massive stones cut with such precision? What tools, now lost to time, could carve granite-hard stone into complex shapes, fit perfectly like puzzle pieces, and lift and place them with such care? Traditional theories propose that the builders used stone hammers, copper tools, and sand abrasion techniques, but these explanations struggle to account for the extreme accuracy and smoothness observed on the H-blocks. No known Stone Age civilization had metal tools capable of producing such finish or geometric exactitude. Theories grounded in archaeology emphasize the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the Tiahuanaco people. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that with enough time, labor, and effort, rough stone tools combined with abrasive sands could achieve impressive results. The use of simple levers, ramps, and manpower could have transported the stones from quarries located several kilometers away. The H-block's modular design may have facilitated construction and repair, suggesting a sophisticated architectural planning process. Yet, the sheer scale and refinement of the blocks provoke a persistent sense of wonder and, for many, skepticism. The mystery deepens when we consider the purpose of these H-blocks. Some researchers propose that they served as structural elements in an elaborate megalithic puzzle, a massive building or platform whose precise function remains elusive. Others suggest they were components of an ancient machine or mechanical device, perhaps part of a ceremonial or astronomical apparatus. The perfectly drilled holes and symmetrical forms have fueled speculation about the blocks being part of a large-scale interlocking mechanism. Could the builders have had an understanding of levers, pulleys, or even gears unknown to us today? Fringe theories take this line of thought even further. Some suggest that Punku was a workshop or factory powered by unknown technology, machine tools of a prehistoric age, capable of shaping and assembling stone with incredible precision. Could the H-blocks be the remnants of a lost industrial complex from a civilization far older and more advanced than conventionally believed? Proponents point to the impossibility of replicating such craftsmanship with primitive tools, arguing that only advanced machinery or even extraterrestrial assistance could explain the precision. While these ideas captivate the imagination, they remain outside mainstream scholarly acceptance, as no direct evidence supports the presence of advanced machinery. Another compelling, if less dramatic, hypothesis situates Punku within the wider context of Andean cosmology and ritual practice. The exactitude and modularity of the stones may reflect a symbolic language encoded in architecture, geometry serving not only a functional purpose, but a spiritual one. The Tiahuanaco culture was deeply invested in cosmic cycles, duality, and sacred geometry, which might explain the deliberate patterns and alignments embedded in the construction. Some scholars speculate that the H-blocks were components in a monumental architectural text, a sacred geometry textbook carved in stone, designed to harmonize human structures with celestial rhythms. Adding to the enigma are the conditions of the ruins themselves. Much of Punku lies in disrepair, scattered across the plateau as if shattered by cataclysm. Ancient earthquake activity in the region may have contributed to this destruction, but the manner in which the blocks are fractured and scattered is unusual. Were these stones originally part of a singular, immense construction, an architectural marvel lost to time, or were they repurposed and moved by successive cultures? The site's age also invites questions. Radiocarbon dating and stratigraphy place the construction of Punku and Tiahuanaco between roughly 500 and 1000 CE, yet some have proposed much older origins for the megalithic stones. Geological studies suggest that some stones show wear patterns consistent with exposure predating the Tiahuanaco era. Could Punku represent the reworking of an earlier, even more ancient site? If so, what civilizations might have erected such monuments, and what knowledge did they possess? As we stand among the massive, weathered stones, tracing our fingers along their impossibly smooth surfaces and marveling at their precise forms, the mind is drawn into questions that resist easy answers. What was the purpose of these enigmatic H-blocks? Were they the products of tireless human ingenuity or the legacy of forgotten technologies? Were they functional machines, symbolic texts, or something entirely beyond our grasp? In this quiet Bolivian plateau, the puzzle of Puma Punku remains suspended in time. The mystery lingers in the shadows cast by these colossal stones, inviting us to ponder the nature of ancient knowledge and the boundaries of human creativity. As the wind whistles across the ruins, carrying whispers from a distant past, we are reminded that some secrets may forever elude us. Hidden in stone, shaped by hands long vanished, and waiting patiently for the light of understanding to reach them. Flowing gently from the enigmatic stone marvels of Puma Punku, our journey now turns toward the distant depths of the Atlantic Ocean, where beneath restless waves and shifting sands, whispers persist of a city lost to time. Atlantis. For millennia, this name has stirred the imagination of scholars, explorers, and dreamers alike. Is Atlantis merely myth, a parable woven by ancient philosophers? Or could it point to a forgotten civilization, predating the great floods and shaping the earliest chapters of human history? The story begins with Plato, the ancient Greek philosopher who, around 360 BCE, first described Atlantis in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias. He painted a vivid picture, a powerful island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, rich in resources and advanced in knowledge, which fell out of favor with the gods and was swallowed by the sea in a single day and night of cataclysm. For centuries, this tale was regarded as allegory, a moral fable warning against hubris and greed. Yet the more we study the ancient world, the more unsettling questions emerge. Could Plato's narrative encode genuine memory of a prehistoric catastrophe? Geological evidence confirms that around 11,600 years ago, near the end of the last ice age, massive floods reshaped coastlines worldwide. Sea levels rose dramatically, swallowing vast tracts of land and submerging once inhabited regions beneath the waves. What if Atlantis was not merely myth, but a distant echo of a real place lost to such an event? A pre-flood city whose story was preserved in legend? Modern investigations offer tantalizing clues. Off the coast of southern Spain, researchers have discovered submerged ruins near the Strait of Gibraltar, an area identified by some as the possible location of Atlantis's gateway. These underwater structures exhibit geometric precision and complexity that hint at human construction rather than natural formation. Further afield, in the Mediterranean and Caribbean, sonar mapping reveals submerged platforms, walls, and terraces that defy easy explanation, ancient cities swallowed by rising seas. But the true mystery deepens when we consider sites like the Bimini Road, a submerged arrangement of massive limestone blocks off the coast of the Bahamas. The blocks form a linear pattern that some suggest is a remnant of a road or seawall, carved and positioned by hands long vanished. Geological studies have yet to provide definitive dating, and the formation could be natural, but the alignment and arrangement continue to provoke debate. How do these sites connect to the myth of Atlantis? Some researchers propose that these submerged ruins are fragments of a widespread, advanced maritime civilization that thrived before the floods, an early culture of seafarers whose knowledge of stonework, navigation, and urban planning was lost beneath the waves. This theory aligns with accounts from cultures around the world describing great deluges and sunken lands, from the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh to the oral traditions of Pacific Islanders. Yet, the question of technological capacity looms large. Could prehistoric peoples have constructed cities capable of rivaling the splendor described by Plato? Archaeological discoveries have indeed revealed surprisingly advanced cultures dating back tens of thousands of years. Hunter-gatherers who created intricate tools, organized communal settlements, and mastered environmental adaptation. but evidence for monumental stone architecture and complex urbanism in that era remains sparse, fueling skepticism. In response, some scholars explore the possibility that the story of Atlantis reflects a confluence of memories, combining multiple ancient sites and events into a singular mythic narrative. Others entertain more speculative views. Might Atlantis represent a lost chapter of human history, erased by time and catastrophe, waiting to be rediscovered beneath the ocean's depths? This line of inquiry naturally draws us toward the enigmatic structures on the seafloor near the Azores archipelago. Sonar imaging here reveals submerged stone formations that some have linked to Atlantis, though the scientific community remains divided. These formations exhibit geometric features, but distinguishing natural from artificial underwater geology is notoriously difficult, especially given millennia of erosion and sedimentation. Then there are the philosophical implications. If Atlantis was real, what kind of society was it? Plato's account describes a civilization steeped in wisdom, engineering prowess, and spiritual discipline, qualities that resonate with other ancient cultures known for their harmonious relationship with nature and the cosmos. Did this society vanish due to natural disaster alone, or was it a victim of its own excesses, as Plato suggested? The story also invites reflection on the universal human fascination with lost worlds. Every culture seems to carry myths of a golden age submerged beneath the sea or buried beneath the earth, an idealized past offering lessons or warnings for the present. What does this collective memory say about our shared origins and fears? As we consider Atlantis, we must navigate carefully between empirical evidence and legend, skepticism and wonder. The absence of conclusive proof has not diminished the allure of the story, nor the urgency of its questions. Advances in underwater archaeology, satellite imaging, and geophysical surveying continue to expand our ability to explore submerged landscapes once hidden from view. Each new discovery has the potential to rewrite chapters of human history or to deepen the mystery. In the end, Atlantis remains a mirror reflecting our deepest yearnings and uncertainties, a symbol of human achievement and loss, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the fragile boundary between myth and reality. What truths lie beneath the ocean's surface? Are we glimpsing remnants of a forgotten world, or are we chasing shadows cast by imagination and memory? This exploration is far from over. The sea keeps its secrets closely, revealing them only in fragments and whispers. As we leave the sunlit shores behind and plunge into the depths of ancient waters, the question remains: how much of what we call myth is waiting patiently beneath the waves, ready to reshape what we believe about our past and ourselves? The ocean holds many secrets: ancient cities, lost civilizations, and forgotten temples. As we journey deeper into the mystery of pre-flood structures that defy human understanding, we now turn our gaze toward a place where the sea's encroachment has swallowed not just stone and brick, but history itself. Off the southeastern coast of India lies Mahabalipuram, an ancient coastal town that, for centuries, has been home to some of the most enigmatic ruins in the world, the submerged temples of Mahabalipuram. Mahabalipuram is known for its architectural marvels, with rock-cut temples and intricate carvings that date back to the 7th and 8th centuries CE. These temples, dedicated to Hindu deities, are masterpieces of craftsmanship, blending seamlessly with the natural landscape. But beneath the waves, there are whispers of a different chapter to this story, one that is far older and far more elusive. The submerged temples of Mahabalipuram were first discovered in 2002, when Indian marine archaeologists, conducting a routine survey of the coastline, stumbled upon structures hidden beneath the sea. These ruins, located about 20 meters below the surface, appear to be the remnants of an ancient city that has long since succumbed to the relentless march of time and water. Temples, walls, and even what appear to be roads stretch across the ocean floor, offering tantalizing glimpses into a civilization long forgotten. The ruins, like those of Atlantis, present a strange dichotomy. On one hand, they seem almost too perfect, too deliberate, to be the result of mere natural forces. The stones appear to have been carved with intention and purpose, arranged in precise patterns that suggest human hands guided their placement. Yet, no written records exist to explain these underwater ruins, nor are there any historical accounts that confirm their existence. Some have theorized that the submerged temples belong to a city that once stood on land, but was swallowed by the sea due to a natural catastrophe. Could a great flood, much like the ones recounted in the ancient myths of cultures across the world, have struck this region thousands of years ago? Geological studies suggest that sea levels in this part of the world rose significantly after the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago. It is entirely plausible that a once thriving coastal city, an ancient center of worship and culture, was gradually submerged by rising waters. This theory, while grounded in natural phenomena, leaves a deeper question unanswered. What was the civilization that built these temples, and why have they left no record of their existence? Others have suggested that these submerged ruins are not from the same time period as the temples we see above the water in Mahabalipuram today. Could they be remnants of an even older civilization, one that predates the known history of the region by millennia? Could the temples beneath the waves be the remains of a city lost to time, far earlier than anything the current archaeological record can account for? One of the most perplexing aspects of the submerged structures is their similarity to the temples still visible in Mahabalipuram. The stone carvings, for example, depict images of Hindu deities, which suggests a common cultural thread between the underwater ruins and the surviving monuments. But these temples seem to be more elaborate, with larger, more intricate structures and designs that are not found in the above-water temples. Could this be evidence of a civilization far more advanced in its architectural and spiritual practices than we previously believed? In contrast to the more conservative explanations that attribute these ruins to the ancient Pallava dynasty, who ruled the region between the 6th and 9th centuries, there are those who have speculated that these temples could be far older. Some suggest the structures may date back to the pre-Iron Age, perhaps as far as 12,000 or even 20,000 years ago, a time when the global climate was very different and coastal lands were much more expansive. But if that is the case, how could such advanced stonework and artistry have existed during a time when we believed humanity to still be in its rudimentary stages? Of course, there are skeptics who argue that these submerged structures are nothing more than natural formations, shaped by millennia of erosion and shifting tides. The seemingly straight lines of the submerged roads could be the result of geological processes, not human engineering. The intricately carved stones, some argue, may simply be the result of ocean currents sculpting the landscape in a way that appears deliberate to the human eye. But such dismissals fail to explain why these formations, if natural, bear such an uncanny resemblance to the art and architecture of human civilizations. Could the answer lie somewhere between natural processes and human ingenuity? A place where the two forces have converged to create an illusion of deliberate construction. One of the more curious aspects of the submerged temples is the relationship between the known and unknown. The land-based temples of Mahabalipuram, such as the famous Shore Temple, are undeniably impressive. However, the submerged temples offer a sense of mystery that the above-ground ruins cannot match. There is something haunting about the idea of a civilization submerged beneath the waves, their stories lost to time, their achievements left to be claimed by the sea. The discovery of these ruins beneath the ocean calls into question how much of our history we truly know, and how much of it may remain hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. The story of the submerged temples of Mahabalipuram might seem familiar. It mirrors many other stories of lost cities and sunken civilizations, the way Atlantis has been invoked by explorers and dreamers over the centuries. These underwater ruins, like the ones off the coast of Spain or the Bahamas, remind us of how fragile the passage of time is. Civilizations rise and fall, but the sea, as ever, remains patient, waiting to reveal its secrets at the right moment. Yet, as we consider these submerged ruins, we must also ask ourselves, what if we are only beginning to scratch the surface? What if the structures visible today are just the tip of a vast, forgotten city lying beneath the waves? With advances in technology and underwater exploration, new discoveries could await, potentially reshaping our understanding of human history. The temples of Mahabalipuram are not just relics of a lost world. They are symbols of the mystery that surrounds the human past. Every new discovery raises new questions, challenging us to think more deeply about the stories we tell ourselves about our origins. And as the ocean's depths continue to reveal their hidden treasures, one thing becomes clear. The mysteries of our past are far from being fully understood. Could these submerged temples be the remains of a civilization that once thrived long before recorded history? Or are they the remnants of a much more recent past, lost in the floods of a forgotten age? The questions remain, elusive and unresolved, as we plunge deeper into the waters of mystery. What truths, we wonder, still lie hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered? As the waves crash against the remote shores of Easter Island, known to its indigenous Rapa Nui people as Rapa Nui, the mysteries of this isolated speck in the Pacific Ocean linger in the air like a whisper from an ancient world. Nestled in the midst of vast oceanic expanse, the island's most iconic features stand tall. The Moai, massive stone statues, some towering over 30 feet in height, their stony eyes gazing out across the island and the endless horizon beyond. These monolithic figures, with their stoic faces and enigmatic postures, have captivated the imaginations of explorers, archaeologists, and conspiracy theorists for centuries. Crafted from volcanic tuff, a soft rock that would have been easier to carve but also relatively fragile, the Moai statues raise a simple yet profound question. How were they made? Even more intriguing, who made them? The accepted answer, according to mainstream archaeology, is that the Rapa Nui people, who arrived on the island between 800 and 1200 CE, crafted the Moai using rudimentary tools and human ingenuity. But, as with many ancient wonders, the true story is not so easily unraveled. How could a society of limited resources, on an isolated island with no large beasts of burden or sophisticated technology, create these monumental figures? And why did they go to such extraordinary lengths to erect them? The statues, most of which were carved from volcanic rock found at the Rano Raraku quarry, are considered an incredible feat of human achievement. Yet, as researchers study the Moai, an unsettling question looms. Could the methods used to carve and transport these massive statues have been more advanced, or even more otherworldly, than we might imagine? To understand the magnitude of the mystery, we must first examine the scale of the Moai and the methods used in their construction. The largest of the statues, known as Paro, weighs an astonishing 82 tons and stands over 33 feet tall. For context, this is roughly the weight of a fully loaded commercial truck. The question then becomes not just how the Rapa Nui moved these colossal statues, but why they did so with such determination. The effort required to carve, transport, and erect these statues would have demanded extraordinary skill, time, and resources. Yet, despite their vast size and complexity, The Moai were primarily crafted using simple tools made from basalt, and the labor force must have been considerable. One of the most puzzling aspects of the Moai construction process is the method by which these statues were moved. For decades, archaeologists have assumed that the statues were rolled on logs or dragged across the island using ropes and manpower. Yet, some of the most extraordinary claims about the Moai suggest that the transportation of these immense figures may have been far more complex and far more advanced than previously thought. Researchers have observed that the statues appear to have been walked into position using a sophisticated technique involving ropes, body movement, and perhaps even pulleys. But how this process was perfected by the ancient Rapa Nui people remains a matter of ongoing speculation. Could the Moai have been built by a lost civilization, far more advanced than the island's known inhabitants? Could they have used methods we can only dream of today, possibly passed down through forgotten channels of knowledge? And if this is true, how would we explain the sudden disappearance of this advanced engineering knowledge from the island's history? Some of the more speculative theories suggest that the Moai could have been crafted by giants, a theory that draws upon local folklore and myth. The Rapa Nui people have long spoken of their Tangata Manu, or Birdman, who were said to have extraordinary powers and abilities, some even believed to be giants capable of feats beyond human capability. This idea of giants building the Moai offers a tantalizing, though unproven, connection to ancient myths shared by many cultures around the world. From the biblical stories of giants in the Book of Genesis to the legends of the Nephilim, tales of larger-than-life beings capable of incredible feats abound in ancient traditions. Could the Moai have been the legacy of a race of giants, lost to time and buried beneath the sands of myth? And if so, what happened to them? Another theory posits that the Moai were the work of an even more ancient civilization, one far predating the Rapa Nui people. This theory suggests that the knowledge required to craft and transport the statues could have been handed down through generations, or even preserved from a much older global culture that existed before the rise of modern civilization. Some proponents of this idea point to the similarities between the Moai and other ancient megalithic structures around the world, such as the stone circles of Europe, the pyramids of Egypt, and the stone structures of the Andes. Could these shared architectural elements suggest a lost, global network of advanced engineers and builders? Were the Moai part of a broader cultural tradition that spanned continents, stretching across time and space, before being swallowed by the forces of nature and human conflict? As fascinating as these theories are, they remain speculative. Mainstream archaeology continues to insist that the Moai were created by the Rapa Nui people themselves, using a combination of ingenuity, labor, and traditional tools. But the evidence for this conclusion is far from conclusive. After all, while the Moai are impressive in their scope and execution, no written records exist to tell us exactly how the Rapa Nui built these statues or what inspired them to do so. There is no record of how the Moai were transported across the island, nor why the vast majority of the statues were left unfinished at the quarry. The story becomes even more mysterious when we consider the eventual fate of the Moai. By the time Europeans arrived on the island in the 18th century, most of the statues had been toppled, their faces shattered, and their bodies left scattered across the island. What happened to the once thriving culture of the Rapa Nui people? Some researchers suggest that the collapse of the Moai building society was caused by environmental degradation, overexploitation of the island's resources, and the arrival of external forces. But others argue that the disappearance of the Moai and the downfall of the Rapa Nui civilization could be the result of something far more catastrophic. A war, a spiritual crisis, or perhaps even the fall of a much older civilization that once thrived on the island. There is also the question of the Moai's purpose. Why did the Rapa Nui invest so much time and effort into creating these statues? And what did they believe the statues represented? Some argue that the Moai were religious symbols, representing the ancestors of the Rapa Nui people, and that their power came from the belief that these statues could influence the fate of the living. Others suggest that the statues may have been built as markers of power, symbols of a ruling elite's strength and influence. Could the Moai have served as some sort of spiritual technology, a connection between the human world and the divine? As we stand before these immense stone figures, the questions grow deeper. Were the Moai merely the work of a people with exceptional engineering abilities, or do they hint at a more profound mystery? Are these colossal statues the legacy of an ancient, forgotten civilization that was lost to time? Or do they speak of a time when giants walked the earth, leaving behind only their stone monuments as evidence of their once great empire? The answers remain elusive, wrapped in the silence of the ocean and the sands of Easter Island. The Moai stand as silent witnesses to an ancient past, their faces carved with the weight of unanswered questions. As we continue to explore the mysteries of the Moai, we are left with the haunting reminder that the more we learn, the more we realize how little we truly know. The secrets of Easter Island, like so many other ancient wonders, remain hidden beneath layers of time, waiting for us to uncover what truths lie buried beneath their monumental faces. Nestled in the rugged canyons of southern Jordan, hidden from the world for centuries, lies one of the most awe-inspiring ancient cities ever discovered. Petra, once a thriving metropolis and the capital of the Nabatean kingdom, was carved into the heart of towering sandstone cliffs, its rock-cut architecture and intricate facades seeming to grow out of the very earth itself. The city's grandeur and sophistication have puzzled historians, archaeologists, and explorers alike, as it appears to defy the technological and cultural expectations of its time. As we wander through Petra's narrow Sick, a winding gorge that leads to the city, sunlight filters through the towering rock walls, casting long shadows across the path. The air is dry and still, yet every turn seems to reveal a new marvel. Temples, tombs, and intricate carvings, all etched into the stone with such precision that it is almost impossible to imagine how such a feat could have been accomplished. The most famous of these structures is Al-Khazni, or the Treasury, its grand facade so meticulously sculpted that it appears almost surreal, like something out of a dream or a legend. The sheer scale and detail of these monuments leave visitors with an overwhelming sense of wonder and mystery. The Nabateans, an ancient Arab people, are traditionally credited with building Petra, and while their civilization flourished between the 4th century BCE and the 2nd century CE, the methods they used to construct such a city remain shrouded in enigma. The city's remarkable architecture has led some to ask a haunting question: how did they do it? While the mainstream understanding is that the Nabateans were skilled engineers, their techniques remain largely speculative. How did these ancient people, with their limited tools, carve massive and intricate structures from solid rock? And why did they build so elaborately in a location that would eventually be abandoned? The sheer complexity of Petra's rock-cut architecture suggests that the Nabateans possessed not just an advanced understanding of engineering, but an almost otherworldly ability to manipulate stone. The walls of the tombs and temples seem to have been sculpted with precision, and many of the structures are adorned with elaborate carvings that suggest a deep understanding of artistry and craftsmanship. It's as if the city itself was designed to blend perfectly with the natural landscape, transforming the very rock face into something more, something almost magical. As historians dig deeper into Petra's origins, they have uncovered fascinating clues that suggest a much more intricate and mysterious history. The Nabateans were known for their skills in trade and water management, and they built elaborate systems to control and distribute water, essential for survival in the arid desert. But what is less understood is how they managed to build such monumental structures with seemingly limited technology. The rock-cut temples and tombs seem to imply a level of precision and capability that might surpass the capabilities of even more recent ancient civilizations. How could these people, without the advanced tools and machinery that we associate with major construction projects, have created such a sophisticated city? While the mainstream theory is that the Nabateans used simple tools like chisels and hammers to carve into the soft sandstone, some suggest that there may have been more to the process than meets the eye. Could the Nabateans have had access to technology or techniques now lost to history, methods that have long since vanished from our collective memory? There are even fringe theories that suggest an advanced or forgotten civilization, far older than the Nabateans, may have been responsible for Petra's construction. This theory posits that the city was not a product of the Nabatean kingdom at all, but rather the remains of a much older and technologically advanced civilization, whose knowledge of architecture and stoneworking was far beyond what we typically associate with ancient peoples. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for this alternative view is the astonishing quality of Petra's stonework. The precision with which the rock faces were carved suggests a level of technology that the Nabateans, by all known accounts, should not have had access to. The Nabatean culture was primarily a nomadic one, focused on trade and survival, and while they certainly possessed engineering knowledge, it's hard to imagine how they could have achieved such monumental feats of construction without some form of lost knowledge or technology. Was there a more advanced civilization in Petra long before the Nabateans arrived? Or were the Nabateans themselves privy to secret or forgotten techniques? Moreover, the placement and design of Petra's buildings raises further questions. The city is not just a collection of random tombs and temples. It was meticulously planned, with structures that are aligned to specific astronomical and geographical features. Some researchers suggest that the Nabateans used the natural landscape to their advantage, crafting the city to resonate with cosmic energy or to align with specific celestial events. Could these alignments point to a lost knowledge of astronomy, or perhaps an ancient understanding of Earth's forces that we no longer possess? Additionally, the carvings found throughout Petra are highly sophisticated and often depict scenes of divine beings, celestial bodies, and animals in a style that is not wholly consistent with what we know of Nabatean art. Some of these carvings seem to suggest a belief system and cosmology that was far more complex than traditional understanding of the Nabateans. Were these symbols of spiritual significance, or perhaps remnants of a forgotten religious tradition, one that existed long before the Nabatean culture took root in Petra? As we delve deeper into the mystery of Petra, we are faced with even more unsettling questions. While some researchers have suggested that the Nabateans may have used fire to soften the rock and make it easier to carve, there are still many unexplained aspects of the construction process. How could such a technique have been developed, and why did it seemingly disappear from history? Could this forgotten knowledge have been part of an even older civilization, possibly even one predating the Ice Age? And if such a civilization existed, what else have we lost to time and the ravages of history? One intriguing theory connects Petra's rock-cut architecture to the broader mysteries of the ancient world. It suggests that the technique used to carve Petra's monuments could be related to a now-lost method of acoustics or resonance. Some researchers speculate that ancient builders might have discovered how to manipulate sound waves and vibrations to assist in shaping rock with precision, an idea that seems both fantastical and plausible when viewed through the lens of modern science. Could Petra's rock-cut temples have been constructed using sound-based techniques, as some suggest was the case in other ancient megalithic sites? Was this knowledge part of a forgotten global tradition, one that spanned cultures and continents? As we continue to uncover more about Petra, we are drawn deeper into the mystery of its creation. Whether we believe it was built by the Nabateans using the knowledge of their time, or whether we entertain the possibility of a much older, more advanced civilization at work, one thing is clear. Petra is a testament to the ingenuity and ambition of whoever constructed it. The city's rock-cut architecture is a powerful reminder of the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of history, waiting to be uncovered. The enigma of Petra raises profound questions about the nature of human achievement, the persistence of lost knowledge, and the potential for ancient civilizations to have possessed skills that we have long since forgotten. As the wind whispers through the narrow passageways of the sick, the stone walls around us seem to hold their secrets tightly, leaving us to wonder, what other hidden knowledge remains buried beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered? Deep within the heart of Egypt, in the ancient city of Abydos, lies a forgotten monument that has mystified archaeologists and historians for centuries. Hidden in plain sight, the Osirion is a complex and enigmatic structure that, to this day, raises more questions than it answers. This subterranean temple, dedicated to Osiris, the Egyptian god of the afterlife, is unlike any other structure in ancient Egypt. The Osirion stands as a quiet testament to an era long past, its megalithic walls and massive stone blocks seemingly out of place in the time period it is believed to have been built. Here, within the shadow of Abydos' more famous temple of Seti I, the Osirion challenges our understanding of ancient Egyptian history, forcing us to question how much we truly know about the distant past. As you stand before the Osirion, the weight of its age and mystery presses down on you. The structure, partially submerged by centuries of floods and erosion, sits like a relic of another world. Its stone walls, composed of enormous blocks of sandstone, are cut and shaped with such precision that modern engineers would struggle to replicate the craftsmanship. Yet, this is not the only aspect of the Osirion that defies explanation. The true mystery lies in its construction and the time in which it was built. Scholars agree that the Osirion was erected sometime during the reign of Seti I, around 1300 BCE. Yet, there are elements of the structure that suggest a much earlier, more advanced civilization may have been involved in its creation. The megalithic stones, some weighing as much as 70 tons, appear to have been sourced from a quarry many miles away, an impressive feat considering the ancient Egyptians' limited technological capabilities. The precision with which these stones were cut and placed into position is staggering, raising the question, how did they manage such a feat without modern tools? The site's design also adds to its mystery. The Osirion is built in a style that is unlike anything else in ancient Egyptian architecture. The layout of the structure, composed of massive stone blocks arranged in intricate patterns, resembles more closely the megalithic sites of prehistoric cultures, such as those found in Europe, rather than anything associated with ancient Egypt. The very presence of this unique structure in Abydos suggests that it could have been the work of an entirely different, forgotten civilization, one that predated the Egyptians themselves. The theory that the Osirion may be far older than previously believed is not a new one. In fact, several fringe theories suggest that the Osirion could be a relic from an even earlier, pre-flood civilization, one that existed before the Great Deluge described in various myths across the world. The concept of a global cataclysmic event, a flood that wiped out an ancient civilization, has been the subject of speculation for centuries. Some proponents of this theory suggest that the Osirion could be the remnants of a civilization that flourished long before the rise of the pharaohs, a people whose advanced knowledge of architecture, engineering, and stonework was lost to time. One of the most intriguing aspects of this theory is the alignment of the Osirion itself. The structure is oriented in a way that seems to reflect astronomical and geographical knowledge far beyond what would have been available to the ancient Egyptians. Some researchers have noted that the design of the Osirion may have been intended to align with the solstices, the movements of the stars, or even cosmic cycles. Was this a structure designed to honor the gods, or was it a more practical creation, perhaps a center for advanced astronomical observation and knowledge? If the Osirion truly predates the Egyptian dynasties, could it have been built by an even older civilization that possessed a profound understanding of the cosmos and Earth cycles? The possibility of a lost civilization also raises questions about the origins of the Egyptian people. Were the ancient Egyptians, as some suggest, the inheritors of this lost knowledge, passed down through generations by a civilization that was swept away by a cataclysmic flood? If the Osirion was built by a civilization older than Egypt itself, then could this forgotten culture have been responsible for many of the architectural techniques and religious practices that the Egyptians are known for? It is tempting to think that, perhaps, the Egyptians were not the original creators of the monumental structures that we associate with their culture, but rather the inheritors of a legacy handed down to them by a civilization lost to the ravages of time. Another curious feature of the Osirion is its connection to the Egyptian god Osiris, who was associated with death, resurrection, and the afterlife. The Osirion itself seems to have been intended as a place of burial, a sanctuary where the soul of the deceased could journey to the afterlife. In Egyptian mythology, Osiris was said to have been buried in the land of Abydos, making the location of the Osirion particularly significant. But why build such an elaborate, megalithic structure to honor Osiris in this particular spot? Was it merely a reflection of the Egyptians' devotion to their gods? Or could there be a deeper, hidden significance behind the choice of location and the design of the temple? As with many ancient sites, there are those who have attempted to explain the construction of the Osirion through more conventional means. Mainstream scholars often argue that the structure was built by the ancient Egyptians themselves, perhaps as a temple to Osiris or a burial place for the pharaohs. However, this explanation fails to address the anomalies that are apparent in the structure. The size and scale of the stone blocks used in the construction, the sophisticated engineering required to move and position them, and the alignment of the structure with celestial events all point to something far more advanced than what we would expect from the Egyptians at that time. Could the Osirion be the product of an advanced civilization whose knowledge was lost during a cataclysmic event, as described in various ancient myths and legends? Some even speculate that the Osirion may be the remains of a far earlier culture, one that was aware of the coming flood, and built this monument as a kind of time capsule, preserving their knowledge and achievements for future generations. The idea that this structure might be a remnant of a pre-flood civilization raises tantalizing possibilities about the extent of ancient knowledge, and about what may have been lost when the floodwaters rose and civilizations were swept away. Then there is the question of the structure's symbolic meaning. The Osirion's design, its use of massive stones, its alignment with the cosmos, and its connection to the god Osiris, suggests that it may have had a deeper, spiritual significance. Was the Osirion merely a burial chamber, or was it a place where the living could commune with the gods, a location where cosmic forces and earthly energies converged? Some suggest that the Osirion may have been a site of profound spiritual power, a place where the mysteries of life, death, and resurrection were contemplated and revered. While mainstream historians may be content with conventional explanations, the mysteries surrounding the Osirion refuse to be easily explained away. Its megalithic stones, its unusual construction techniques, and its connection to ancient Egyptian mythology all point to a far more complex and enigmatic history than we have been taught. Could it be that the Osirion holds the key to understanding a forgotten chapter of human history, one that was lost in the floodwaters of time? Or is it merely a product of the ancient Egyptians' ingenuity, a temple built to honor their gods and honor the memory of Osiris? The answers to these questions may remain hidden beneath the sands of time, but the Osirion continues to call out to those who are willing to listen. With each new discovery, with each new interpretation, we are drawn closer to the mystery of this ancient structure and the forgotten civilization that may have once called it home. As we stand before the walls of the Osirion, the shadows of the past seem to whisper from the stone, urging us to seek the truth that lies buried beneath the surface. As we move deeper into the heart of ancient mysteries, the story of the Tower of Babel beckons, a tale that echoes through the corridors of history, theology, and archaeology alike. The Tower of Babel has long been a symbol of human ambition, hubris, and divine retribution. Found in the book of Genesis, the story describes a monumental structure, an enormous tower reaching towards the heavens, built by the people of Shinar, modern-day Mesopotamia. But what became of this tower? Was it truly an ancient myth, or a real structure that has been lost to time, hidden by the sands of history, or perhaps even suppressed for reasons still unknown? The Tower of Babel's story is brief, yet haunting. According to the biblical narrative, the people, united in one language and purpose, set out to build a tower that would reach the heavens. This endeavor, however, displeased God, who decided to intervene, scattering the people across the earth and confusing their language so that they could no longer understand each other. The tower was abandoned, and its purpose, like the language of the builders, was lost to history. Over the centuries, scholars have interpreted this myth in many ways. For some, it serves as an allegory about the dangers of pride and the limits of human ambition. For others, it offers a symbolic explanation for the origins of linguistic diversity. But beyond these interpretations, one question persists. Was the Tower of Babel simply a story, or is there evidence of a real structure that was built in the ancient world and lost to time? Could the tale of the tower be more than a parable, a memory of an actual grand construction project? The search for the Tower of Babel, or its remnants, is not a new one. Many explorers and archaeologists have set their sights on the plains of Mesopotamia, where the ancient cities of Sumer, Babylon, and Akkad once thrived. And there, near the ancient city of Babylon in modern-day Iraq, the ruins of a massive ziggurat, an imposing stepped pyramid, loom large, evoking memories of the biblical tower. Known as the Etemenanki, this ziggurat stood as a colossal structure dedicated to the god Marduk, and it was considered one of the wonders of the ancient world. Could the Etemenanki be the Tower of Babel, or at least a distant echo of it? The ziggurat of Etemenanki was described by ancient historians such as Herodotus and Strabo as a monumental structure, taller than any others in the region, with a temple at its summit. Its construction was said to be a marvel of engineering, with layers of mud brick and baked brick rising to a great height, and its architecture reflecting the ambition of the Babylonians to build a stairway to the heavens, as it were. The ancient Greeks, in their admiration for Babylonian engineering, called it the Tower of Babel, a name that would be forever linked to the biblical story. But was it truly the same structure? The challenge in answering this question lies in the limitations of historical evidence. The ziggurat of Etemenanki, once a towering monument, has been reduced to little more than a series of ruins. The destruction of Babylon by various conquerors, most notably Alexander the Great, who is said to have visited the ruins before their final collapse, has made it nearly impossible to study the original structure in its entirety. While the remains of the ziggurat's base and some of its bricks have been uncovered by modern archaeologists, there are few definitive answers about its precise height, shape, or design. Despite this, the similarities between the Etemenanki and the biblical description of the Tower of Babel are striking. The Bible speaks of a structure that was tall and that reached to the heavens, an ambitious feat of human engineering. Etemenanki, with its enormous size and upward-reaching design, fits this description. The ziggurat was said to have had 7 terraces, each higher than the last, and at its summit was a shrine to the god Marduk, the chief deity of Babylon. Could this be the tower of human ambition, reaching towards the divine in an attempt to transcend earthly limitations? If so, what happened to the tower after it was abandoned? What truths about the ancient world were lost along with it? The biblical account tells us that the tower was abandoned after the people were scattered and their languages were confused. Was this a divine punishment, as the Bible suggests, or was the collapse of the tower the result of something more mundane, such as natural disasters, warfare, or even political upheaval? What is certain is that the tower was never completed, and any trace of it vanished over time, buried beneath the shifting sands of history. While mainstream archaeologists are generally content with the idea that the Tower of Babel was either a myth or a symbolic reference to the Itamananki, there are more speculative theories that suggest the tower may have been part of something even more extraordinary, something that lies hidden beneath the surface of our understanding. One theory posits that the Tower of Babel was not merely a physical structure, but a vast, ancient technological construct, perhaps built using knowledge lost to time. Could the tower have been part of a larger, pre-flood civilization that possessed advanced building techniques, tools, and knowledge far beyond what we typically associate with the ancient world? Some fringe theorists point to the immense scale and complexity of ziggurats like Etamananki and the stories of advanced civilizations, suggesting that there may be a suppressed history of human achievement that has been deliberately erased or forgotten. Did the Tower of Babel represent not just an architectural feat, but a symbol of a lost age of knowledge and technology? Could the collapse of such a tower be the result of a global catastrophe, perhaps a massive flood as described in mythologies around the world, that wiped out this ancient civilization and its achievements? The idea that the Tower of Babel might have been part of a much older and more advanced civilization raises unsettling questions about the origins of human knowledge and the true extent of ancient human capabilities. Was the tower truly a structure meant to reach the heavens, as the Bible suggests, or was it part of a far larger network of advanced technological and spiritual sites scattered across the ancient world? If such a civilization did exist, what happened to its knowledge, and why has it been erased from our collective memory? In addition to the ziggurat at Babylon, there are other mysterious structures scattered across the ancient world that could be linked to the Tower of Babel myth. In the Andes, for instance, the ancient city of Tiahuanaco features massive stone blocks that seem impossibly shaped and placed with such precision that modern engineers struggle to understand how they were constructed. Similarly, the megalithic sites of Egypt, Greece, and even Stonehenge all display signs of engineering that are difficult to explain using conventional tools and knowledge of the time. Could these structures be connected to a global network of advanced pre-flood civilizations, whose knowledge was passed down through myths and legends, including that of the Tower of Babel? The idea that ancient civilizations may have possessed far greater knowledge than we give them credit for is both intriguing and unsettling. The story of the Tower of Babel, whether as a literal structure or a symbol of human ambition, has left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. But the unanswered questions persist. What did the tower represent, beyond its symbolic meaning in the Bible? What technological or spiritual knowledge did it embody? And, most importantly, what truths about our past have been obscured, hidden beneath the layers of time and myth? As we ponder the remnants of ancient towers, lost cities, and forgotten civilizations, the mystery of the Tower of Babel continues to whisper from the past. Whether it was a real structure, a mythic symbol, or a reminder of a pre-flood world, the story invites us to question the boundaries of human achievement and the limits of what we think we know. The tower may be gone, but the search for its secrets, along with the suppressed truths of our distant past, remains ever present. The ancient land of Sumer, once nestled along the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, is often hailed as the cradle of civilization. Among the most intriguing remnants of this early society are the Ziggurats, towering stepped pyramids that rise above the plains like colossal, silent witnesses to a long-lost era. These massive structures, built primarily in the 3rd millennium BCE, have captivated archaeologists, historians, and mystics alike, offering a glimpse into the complex spiritual and architectural achievements of one of humanity's earliest advanced cultures. As you approach these monumental ziggurats today, the remnants that remain seem almost otherworldly, vast platforms of mud brick and stone that evoke a sense of both awe and mystery. The ziggurats of Sumer were not just architectural feats, they were deeply symbolic, towering structures dedicated to the gods, with the most famous of them, the Ziggurat of Ur, standing as a testament to the ambition of Sumerian rulers and their belief in divine will. But as we peer into their ancient history, questions begin to arise. How were these towering pyramids constructed with such precision and scale, especially considering the rudimentary technology of the time? And, perhaps more unsettling, could these ziggurats be remnants of an era that predates the Great Flood described in ancient texts across the world? The Ziggurat of Ur, standing today as the most well-preserved example of Sumerian architecture, offers an eerie, almost haunting presence on the landscape. Built by King Ur-Nammu around 2100 BCE, it rises from the earth in massive tiers, the result of a monumental effort to reach toward the heavens. Its original height is estimated to have been around 100 feet, though much of the structure has eroded over the centuries. What remains is a giant stepped pyramid with a central platform at the top, dedicated to the moon god Nana, one of the most important deities in Sumerian religion. But even with the surviving evidence, the origins and purpose of the ziggurats remain mysterious. It is widely accepted that they were built to serve as temples for the gods. But why would such an enormous and intricate structure be necessary for religious worship? The Ziggurat of Ur was not just a place of ritual sacrifice or prayer. It was an architectural marvel that required immense resources, planning, and labor to construct. How could a relatively small civilization with no advanced tools or machinery have been capable of such a feat? The construction of these ziggurats, made from millions of mud bricks, suggests a highly organized society capable of managing large-scale labor forces and sophisticated engineering. Yet the sheer size and scale of these structures seem to hint at something more, something that transcends the capabilities of the civilization as we understand it. Could it be that the Sumerians were not the originators of such vast architectural endeavors? Could the knowledge needed to build these towering pyramids have been inherited from an older, perhaps even pre-flood, civilization, one that was more advanced than any we know of today? In ancient Mesopotamian mythology, there are references to a great flood, a cataclysmic event that wiped out most of civilization, and the tales of the flood are mirrored in the myths of other cultures across the world, from the biblical story of Noah to the accounts found in Hindu texts and Greek mythology. According to these stories, a great deluge submerged much of the earth, wiping out nearly all of humanity and the knowledge that had been accumulated over countless generations. Could it be that the ziggurats of Sumer were not entirely the work of the Sumerians, but instead were built upon the foundations of an earlier, more advanced culture that existed before the flood? This theory, while speculative, is one that continues to intrigue researchers and fringe theorists alike. The idea that the Sumerians, upon their emergence from the floodwaters, could have discovered these already existing structures and simply adopted them into their own religious practices is an appealing one that suggests the possibility of a lost civilization far more advanced than the Sumerians themselves. To consider the ziggurats as remnants of an ancient, pre-flood civilization is not entirely far-fetched. The very concept of a tower or a stepped pyramid with its gradual ascension toward the heavens is found in multiple ancient cultures across the world, from the Sumerians to the Egyptians, the Mayans, and even the ancient Indians. Was this architectural form a universal symbol of spiritual ascent, one that was passed down through the ages, perhaps through survivors of a lost world? The ziggurats themselves, in their design and purpose, suggest a cosmic connection. Their sheer scale and their emphasis on height imply a deliberate intention to bridge the gap between the earthly and the divine. If the ziggurats were not just temples to the gods, but were also constructed as part of a much larger pre-flood worldview, what kind of understanding of the universe and the gods might the builders have had? The fact that these structures were not just religious in purpose, but also geometrically precise in their construction, suggests an intimate knowledge of both architecture and the cosmos. Could the builders have had knowledge of the stars, of the movements of the heavens, that we have yet to fully comprehend? Perhaps the answer lies not in the physical remnants of the ziggurats themselves, but in the symbolism embedded within them. Each layer of the ziggurat could represent a step in a divine ascent, a journey from the material world to the divine. The multi-tiered design of these pyramids may not only have been a functional architectural necessity, but also a representation of a deeper cosmological belief. Could it be that these structures were intended to preserve and transmit an ancient, lost knowledge, perhaps knowledge that was granted to humanity by gods or celestial beings, passed down from a civilization far older than the Sumerians? The strange and uncanny similarities between the ziggurats of Sumer and the pyramids of Egypt only serve to deepen the mystery. Both cultures, separated by thousands of miles and centuries of time, shared an architectural language, a language of sacred geometry, and a reverence for the gods expressed through monumental construction. Were these structures merely coincidental in their design, or was there some deeper hidden connection between them, a shared knowledge, passed from civilization to civilization, through the cataclysmic floodwaters that wiped out the world as they knew it? If we look beyond the physical structures themselves, there is an even deeper mystery to consider. The ziggurats, with their towering heights and their religious significance, speak to a desire to connect with the divine, to reach towards something beyond human comprehension. But what if they were also designed with a more practical purpose in mind? Could these stepped pyramids have served as observatories, designed to track the movements of the stars, the planets, and the cycles of time? Could they have been sites for ancient astronomers who, using an advanced understanding of the cosmos, sought to understand the divine order of the universe? The idea that these structures were not only temples, but also centers of knowledge and learning raises even more questions. What kind of civilization could have created them? And why are there so few records of such advanced cultures before the flood? Were they erased, not only by the waters, but by a deliberate effort to erase their memory? Is there a reason why the secrets of these structures and the knowledge contained within them remain locked away? The story of the ziggurats of Sumer is a story not just of architecture, but of mystery, of a civilization that left behind towering remnants of its ambition and devotion, yet whose full story remains shrouded in uncertainty. Whether these ziggurats were the works of the Sumerians themselves, or the survivors of a lost pre-flood world, they remain a testament to humanity's drive to understand the divine and the cosmos. And perhaps, buried beneath the sands of time, there are still untold secrets waiting to be uncovered. Tucked away on the small Mediterranean island of Malta lies a collection of ancient temples that, even by the standards of ancient construction, appear impossibly advanced for their time. These megalithic structures, built more than 5,000 years ago, stand as a testament to an era of human ingenuity, or perhaps a forgotten age altogether. Malta's temples, with their massive stones and intricate design, challenge the conventional understanding of prehistoric civilization and its capabilities. But what if these temples are more than just relics of a bygone era? What if they are echoes of an even deeper mystery? The island of Malta itself is steeped in myth and history. With its sun-drenched shores, rugged cliffs, and crystal-clear waters, it is a place where the ancient world still feels alive, as though the past has never fully let go of its grip on the present. Yet beneath its beauty lies a mystery, the series of megalithic temples scattered across the island. These temples, including the famous Gantija, Hagar Chim, and Manadra, have long been admired for their complexity and scale. But even the most seasoned archaeologists cannot fully explain how, or even why, they were built. The temples themselves are an awe-inspiring sight. Giant limestone blocks, some weighing as much as 50 tons, are stacked in perfect symmetry to form massive circular structures. The temples are not just simple dwellings or shrines. They are architectural marvels, with their walls curved to form intricate, labyrinthine passageways. Some of these stones are so perfectly shaped that even modern builders struggle to replicate the craftsmanship seen in these structures. How were these colossal blocks cut, transported, and placed with such precision? And more perplexingly, how were they constructed without the use of the advanced tools and machinery we now take for granted? The dating of these temples places their construction at around 3600 BCE, long before the rise of Egypt's pyramids or the great civilizations of Mesopotamia. At a time when most of Europe was still in the Neolithic period, these Maltese builders were constructing massive stone temples, and yet their methods remain a mystery. How did a society, with no known knowledge of writing or metallurgy, come to possess such advanced building techniques? Was there something more at play here, something lost to time? One of the most striking aspects of the temples is their alignment with celestial events. Many of the structures appear to be positioned with remarkable precision in relation to the solstices and equinoxes. At Menajdra, for example, the main entrance is aligned with the rising sun on the summer solstice, and at Hagar Chim, there is evidence to suggest that the temples were built to track the movements of the stars. This suggests a level of astronomical knowledge that, by all accounts, should have been beyond the reach of these early peoples. Was this merely a coincidence, or were the temples intended to serve a deeper cosmic purpose? Could these structures have been designed as tools for understanding the heavens, as observatories to chart the stars, or as sacred sites where the cycles of the universe were believed to hold divine significance? The people who built these temples are known as the Temple Builders, a group whose identity remains largely shrouded in mystery. Little is known about their culture, as there are no written records to shed light on their lives. What we do know is that these people seem to have a deep connection to the land and the cosmos. The temples themselves appear to have been constructed with a profound understanding of geometry and astronomy, and the artifacts found within them suggest a rich, complex society. Intricate pottery, carvings, and statues of fertility goddesses point to a culture that valued ritual and spirituality, but also one that possessed a detailed understanding of the natural world. Perhaps one of the most intriguing aspects of the temples is the fact that they were intentionally buried under layers of soil and rubble around 2500 BCE, for reasons that remain unclear. Did the builders deliberately cover the temples as part of some religious ritual, or was it a response to some kind of environmental catastrophe? There is no definitive answer, but the mystery of their burial only deepens the enigma. Was the destruction of these sacred sites a reflection of a larger, world-shaping event, one that could have been a natural disaster, a war, or even a cataclysmic flood? Or perhaps the burial of these temples was the result of a gradual decline in their spiritual and cultural significance as the world around them changed. The deliberate covering of these megalithic structures also raises another question. Were the builders of the temples aware of something we are not? Is it possible that they, like other ancient cultures, had access to knowledge far beyond the reach of modern archaeology? Some researchers have even suggested that these temples were built not by the people we think of as the original builders, but by a far older and more advanced civilization, one that left behind its monumental structures as a way of transmitting sacred knowledge to future generations. Could these ancient people have had access to a form of knowledge that we have since lost? Could the temples themselves be a kind of archive, a record of a much earlier civilization whose achievements were wiped out by a global disaster? There is an additional layer of mystery that surrounds Malta's megalithic temples, their connection to other ancient sites around the world. For instance, the positioning and construction techniques used in these temples bear striking similarities to those seen in other megalithic sites, such as Stonehenge in England and the pyramids of Egypt. Some have even suggested that these temples, like their counterparts, were part of a global network of ancient knowledge, one that transcended geographic boundaries. Was there an ancient civilization that spread across the globe, sharing sacred knowledge and advanced building techniques? Or are these similarities merely the result of parallel development, societies, separated by vast distances and time, independently arriving at similar solutions to their understanding of the cosmos and the divine? While mainstream archaeology tends to focus on the more practical aspects of these structures, viewing them as religious temples or ceremonial centers, there are fringe theories that suggest a more profound purpose. Some claim that the temples of Malta were not just places of worship, but served as energy centers, harnessing cosmic forces or acting as power conduits. Could the arrangement of the stones and their alignment with the stars have been designed to tap into some kind of earth energy or celestial power? Could the temples have been constructed with specific geomantic principles in mind, aligning the structures with ley lines or magnetic fields in order to amplify their spiritual significance? Others speculate that the builders of these temples may have possessed knowledge of advanced technologies, now lost to us. Could they have had access to tools or methods capable of moving the massive stones with such precision? Some theorists suggest that the builders may have used sound vibrations or other unknown techniques to manipulate the heavy megaliths. If so, where did this knowledge come from? Was it passed down from a lost civilization, or was it a product of their own unique ingenuity? The lack of written records, the mysterious disappearance of the builders, and the curious burial of these temples all suggest that there is more to the story than meets the eye. Were these people truly the architects of their own fate, or were they merely custodians of a forgotten knowledge? And if they were the stewards of some ancient wisdom, why has it been obscured by time? As we stand before the megalithic temples of Malta today, it is impossible not to feel the weight of the unanswered questions that linger in the air. The structures themselves, though impressive, are just the beginning of a far greater mystery, a mystery that invites us to ponder the lost knowledge of a bygone era. What secrets do these stones hold, and what truths about the ancient world remain hidden beneath the surface? Perhaps the temples were more than just monuments to the gods. Perhaps they were a key to understanding the deeper forces of the universe, a testament to the heights of human achievement that, even now, we struggle to comprehend. Whatever the truth may be, the temples of Malta remain an enigma, a reminder that the past is never as simple as it seems. The more we uncover, the more we realize how much we still have yet to learn. Deep within the remote forests of Siberia, far from the well-traveled paths of modern civilization, there lies a cluster of ancient megalithic ruins, an archaeological enigma that continues to puzzle researchers and explorers alike. These hidden structures, scattered across the vast, desolate landscapes of the Russian wilderness, have raised questions that reach far beyond their time and place. Are they the remnants of a civilization far older than anything we've yet discovered? Could they be the last whispers of a forgotten city, buried beneath layers of history and lost to the ravages of time? In Siberia's Altai Mountains, some believe we may have stumbled upon the world's oldest city, one that challenges everything we thought we knew about the dawn of human civilization. The site, known as the Shoria Megaliths or the Stonehenge of Siberia, is a series of towering stone blocks arranged in a seemingly deliberate fashion. Located near the remote town of Gorno-Altaysk, the megaliths are scattered over a broad region, some standing upright like ancient sentinels, while others lie half-buried under centuries of soil and vegetation. Some of these stones, weighing several tons, are carved with strange, intricate patterns, symbols that appear to have no known connection to any recognized ancient language or culture. The site itself is not just a collection of stones, but an almost otherworldly arrangement, the likes of which have not been conclusively linked to any civilization known to history. Unlike the well-documented megalithic structures of ancient Egypt, the Middle East, or Europe, these stones sit in near isolation, in a land untouched by the urban sprawl of modern life. Yet their presence is undeniable, and their sheer scale is enough to provoke wonder and awe. Who were the builders of these megaliths? How did they manage to quarry and move these massive stones in such an unforgiving environment, using tools that we assume were rudimentary at best? The story of the Siberian megaliths dates back to the 1990s, when a group of Russian researchers first stumbled upon the site. Over the years, a small but growing group of archaeologists and explorers has ventured into the region to study the stones, trying to piece together the story of the people who may have created them. What they've uncovered is both perplexing and tantalizing. Some stones appear to have been intentionally shaped, their surfaces smooth and polished, while others are rough-hewn but still impressively large. The size and weight of the stones suggest that the builders had access to advanced engineering techniques, far more advanced than anything that should have been available at the time. What's particularly fascinating is the complete absence of any historical context. There are no inscriptions, no artifacts, no pottery, no bones, nothing that could provide direct evidence of the civilization responsible for these stones. The very lack of tangible evidence has led some scholars to question the conventional dating of the site. Carbon dating of nearby organic material suggests that these structures could be as old as 12,000 years, placing them at a time long before the rise of known ancient civilizations in Mesopotamia, Egypt, or the Indus Valley. Yet, there is no historical record of such an advanced culture ever existing in Siberia. So, who were the people who built these structures? One theory suggests that they could be the remnants of a lost civilization, one that predates the rise of agriculture and urban centers. According to this theory, the builders of the megaliths were part of a sophisticated, pre-agricultural society, possibly even a seafaring culture capable of spreading their influence across distant lands. These theorists argue that the stones, scattered as they are across such a large area, could be evidence of a far-reaching network of megalithic sites, one that connects not only Siberia but also parts of Central Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Could this be evidence of a civilization that existed long before the rise of the great city-states of Sumer or Egypt? But this theory raises more questions than answers. How could such a civilization have disappeared without leaving a trace? If these people were so advanced, why have we found no written records, no remains, and no other forms of cultural evidence? Some fringe theorists propose that this ancient civilization might have been wiped out by a cataclysmic event, a global flood, for example, that could have destroyed not only the megaliths but also the records of their existence. The idea of a global flood, which is echoed in myths from cultures around the world, is a recurring theme in these speculations. Could it be that the builders of these megalithic structures were among the last survivors of a once flourishing civilization, now lost to the sands of time? Alternatively, some researchers have suggested that the megaliths may not have been built by humans at all. Instead, they speculate that the stones could have been created by a non-human intelligence, perhaps an advanced extraterrestrial race, or an ancient civilization that was so far removed from humanity that its very existence has been forgotten by history. While such ideas remain firmly in the realm of speculation, they do raise interesting questions about the origins of these megaliths. Could these stones have been markers or beacons, placed by an advanced race to guide or communicate with otherworldly visitors? Are the carvings on the stones cryptic messages that we are simply not yet capable of decoding? As if these mysteries weren't enough, some researchers have pointed to the presence of other megalithic sites across the Altai Mountains as evidence that the region could have been home to a once thriving, complex society. In addition to the Shaurya megaliths, a number of other ancient sites have been uncovered in the region, including stone circles, burial mounds, and ancient roads, many of which appear to be aligned with astronomical events. Some even suggest that the region may have been home to an early form of civilization that had a deep understanding of the stars and the natural world, possibly even harnessing advanced knowledge of geometry, mathematics, and architecture. It is not just the size and positioning of the stones that leaves researchers scratching their heads, but also the way in which they were placed. The megaliths of Siberia, much like those found in other parts of the world, exhibit a kind of precision that should not have been possible with the tools available at the time. How did these ancient people move and place these massive blocks, many of which would have weighed several tons? Some theorists believe that the builders of these structures possessed knowledge of sound resonance or other forgotten technologies that allowed them to manipulate stone on a scale far beyond our own understanding. Despite these tantalizing clues, the megaliths of Siberia remain a mystery, one that has not yet been solved by modern archaeology. Their precise purpose is unknown, as is the identity of the civilization that created them. Were they part of a lost city, a religious or astronomical center, or something else entirely? The lack of evidence only deepens the sense of mystery, suggesting that the answers may lie buried beneath the earth, waiting to be uncovered. And so, we are left to wonder, what truths might still lie hidden beneath the forests of Siberia? Could these megalithic structures be the remnants of a forgotten city, one that could rewrite the history of human civilization? Or are they simply the work of a culture long since lost, whose achievements will never be fully understood? The silence of the Siberian wilderness, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the trees, seems to offer no answers, only more questions. Perhaps the most unsettling thought of all is that the answers may never come, not because they are beyond our reach, but because the civilization that built these megaliths may have been far older than we ever imagined, its memory long lost to time. But as long as the stones remain standing, they will continue to call to us, offering a glimpse of a history that may yet be written. Nestled in the vast desert landscape of Sudan, far from the well-trodden tourist paths of Egypt, lies a lesser-known yet equally awe-inspiring collection of pyramids, enigmatic structures that have largely remained in the shadows of historical curiosity. These are the Black Pyramids of Sudan, ancient monuments that challenge our understanding of early civilization and its monumental architecture. Often overshadowed by their more famous counterparts along the banks of the Nile, the Black Pyramids rise from the desert like silent sentinels, their dark, weathered stones bearing the marks of a civilization lost to history. Located in the Nubian desert, near the ancient city of Meroë, these pyramids are part of the Meroitic kingdom, which flourished for centuries before the rise of the Kingdom of Kush, and possibly well before the more widely known pyramids of Egypt. The pyramids themselves are striking, their steep angles and narrow bases creating a silhouette against the vast desert sky. Unlike the smooth, polished stone of Egypt's more famous pyramids, the Black Pyramids are built from a dark granite and sandstone mixture, giving them their distinctive, ominous appearance, hence the name Black Pyramids. Over time, these stones have weathered and darkened further, their surfaces eroded by the relentless desert winds. In their shadow, one might wonder, what secrets do these structures keep? The Meroitic Kingdom, which these pyramids were part of, flourished between 800 BCE and 350 CE and is considered one of Africa's greatest ancient civilizations. It was centered in the region of Nubia, what we now call Sudan, and was an advanced society that enjoyed great wealth from the trade of gold, ivory, and other precious goods. The Kingdom of Meroë, in particular, became a powerful center of culture and religion. Here, a unique blend of African, Egyptian, and other foreign influences converged, creating a distinct architectural and cultural identity. It is in this rich context that the Black Pyramids stand. The site contains more than 40 pyramids, with structures that range in size from relatively small tombs to large grand pyramids that reach over 30 meters in height. These pyramids were built as tombs for the royal family and their high-ranking officials, much like their Egyptian counterparts. However, the similarities end there. Unlike the Egyptian pyramids, which were designed with a perfect geometric precision and an external casing of smooth limestone, the Black Pyramids are characterized by their smaller, more compact structures and the rough, unpolished appearance of their stonework. Archaeologists and historians have long debated the purpose and significance of the Black Pyramids. While it is clear that these structures served as tombs, much of the cultural and historical context surrounding them remains unclear. Unlike Egypt, where hieroglyphs and elaborate inscriptions adorn the tombs and pyramids, the Black Pyramids of Sudan have very few inscriptions or recorded records. This absence of written history has left researchers to piece together the story of the Meroitic Kingdom through limited archaeological evidence and artifacts. Yet, the lack of written records has only deepened the intrigue surrounding the Black Pyramids. Could these ancient structures be older than their Egyptian counterparts? Some fringe theories suggest that the pyramids of Meroë may predate the Great Pyramids of Giza. Some estimates propose a timeline that places the Black Pyramids as early as 3000 BCE, though mainstream archaeology places them closer to the Meroitic Kingdom's height around 700 BCE. This raises the tantalizing possibility that these pyramids are not mere imitations of Egyptian designs, but something altogether more ancient and mysterious. Could these pyramids be part of a much older, forgotten civilization, one that influenced the Egyptians in ways we do not yet understand? Could this civilization have laid the groundwork for Egypt's architectural wonders long before the pharaohs built their iconic monuments? While mainstream scholars tend to place the Black Pyramids firmly within the Meroitic era, there is evidence to suggest that these pyramids might represent the remnants of a much earlier architectural tradition. Some researchers point to the size and scale of the pyramids, which appear to surpass the capabilities of the Meroitic civilization's known engineering skills. The construction of these massive structures with the primitive tools and technologies available at the time raises further questions. How were these gigantic stones quarried, transported, and assembled? What methods could have been used to achieve such precision and durability? This brings us to the heart of the mystery. Could there have been an earlier civilization, one far more advanced, whose influence reached beyond the borders of Egypt and Nubia? Some theories suggest that the Meroitic civilization, like many ancient cultures, inherited or adapted the knowledge and techniques of an earlier, lost civilization, possibly even one predating the Great Flood that many cultures' myths refer to. The possibility of a pre-flood civilization, advanced in ways we have yet to comprehend, opens up an intriguing line of inquiry. Could these pyramids, in their architectural complexity, point to the remnants of such a civilization that existed long before Egypt's dynastic rise? Adding to the enigma is the construction style of the Black Pyramids. Though similar in overall design to the Egyptian pyramids, the Nubian pyramids are smaller and more steeply angled. Some experts argue that these pyramids' design could be a later adaptation to local topography and materials, but the careful, deliberate construction required to build them raises the question of how these builders managed to develop such complex techniques without the assistance of external knowledge. One particularly curious aspect of the Black Pyramids is their alignment with astronomical phenomena. Researchers have noted that some of the pyramids seem to align with celestial bodies, such as the sun and certain stars. This suggests that the Meroitic people may have had a deep understanding of astronomy and its relation to their religious practices. Could this astronomical knowledge have been passed down from a much older culture? Some theorists suggest that the builders of the Black Pyramids might have inherited ancient knowledge from a long-lost civilization with advanced understanding of the heavens, a knowledge that could have influenced not only the Meroitic kingdom, but also ancient Egypt and other early cultures. Perhaps most intriguing of all is the possibility that the Black Pyramids may not have been the work of the Meroitic kingdom at all. Some fringe theories propose that these pyramids might predate even the Meroitic period, suggesting that an unknown civilization with the knowledge and resources to build these structures once inhabited the region. If this is the case, then the Black Pyramids of Sudan may be far older than even the Great Pyramids of Giza, standing as silent witnesses to a civilization lost to time. The lack of definitive evidence leaves room for speculation, but it also encourages deeper exploration. What we know for certain is that the Black Pyramids are one of the most remarkable archaeological sites in Africa, a testament to the ingenuity of a people long since forgotten. Yet, the questions surrounding these structures remain far from answered. Are these pyramids the work of an ancient civilization far older than we ever imagined? Could they contain secrets hidden for thousands of years, waiting to be uncovered? As the desert wind whispers over the sands, the Black Pyramids of Sudan continue to stand, silent and imposing, guarding their mysteries beneath the unforgiving sun. With every new discovery, they beckon us to look deeper into the past, to question what we know, and to wonder how much of human history has yet to be revealed. Deep beneath the rocky landscape of Cappadocia, Turkey, hidden far from the eyes of the casual observer, lies a vast and mysterious underground world. The ancient city of Derinkuyu, discovered in 1963 by accident when a man's house collapsed to reveal the labyrinth of tunnels beneath, represents a feat of engineering that defies the imagination. What was once believed to be an isolated, inconspicuous feature of the region is now known to be one of the largest, most sophisticated subterranean complexes ever uncovered. Stretching across multiple levels, its stone corridors, rooms, ventilation shafts, and complex systems suggest a civilization capable of creating a hidden sanctuary on a scale that was, and still is, incomprehensible for a culture with the tools and technologies we know they possessed. Derinkuyu is not simply an underground complex. It is a city, one that could house thousands of people, complete with living quarters, food storage rooms, chapels, communal spaces, wells, and even intricate traps and defense mechanisms. And perhaps most intriguingly, it is a city that might have been built for one singular, all-encompassing purpose: survival. The underground city is believed to date back to the Hittite period, some 3,000 years ago, but many archaeologists suggest that it may have been expanded upon and modified over time. Still, what is astonishing is the sheer scope of its construction. Derinkuyu is not the work of a few dozen laborers. It's an engineered marvel, built to withstand not only time, but the intense pressures of siege and attack. Some passages are narrow, deliberately designed to funnel intruders into choke points. Massive stone doors, each weighing hundreds of kilograms, could be rolled into place to seal off entire sections of the city, providing protection from invaders. These features, along with the ventilation shafts that circulate air throughout the multi-level structure, indicate a deliberate and calculated design, one built for a long-term, organized, and highly strategic purpose. While modern-day archaeologists have begun to uncover the full scope of Derinkuyu, the city still holds many secrets. Only a fraction of it has been fully explored, and some believe that much of it still remains hidden beneath the surface, sealed off from the world above. But even the known sections are enough to suggest that the people who built this subterranean city possessed knowledge, skills, and engineering expertise far beyond what we would expect for their time. The conventional explanation for Derinkuyu is that it was a refuge, a place to escape the violence and invasions of the outside world. The region, historically, has been plagued by various invasions, from the Persian and Roman forces to the Seljuks and Mongols. It's easy to imagine that the complex system of tunnels, rooms, and fortifications was built to protect its inhabitants from these frequent threats. But was it really just an underground hideaway for an ancient civilization trying to shield itself from invaders? Or could there be something far more mysterious and profound at play here? What seems to lie beneath the surface of Derinkuyu is not just an underground fortress, but a structure that challenges the very notion of ancient capabilities. How did these builders achieve such an advanced understanding of architecture, engineering, and urban planning? And why would they have gone to such extraordinary lengths to construct a city underground, rather than simply fortifying above-ground settlements? Were they responding to threats they could not fathom? Threats that were perhaps not from invading armies, but from a far more catastrophic event, one that has left no clear historical record. The sheer scale of the city, with its multiple levels and vast network of tunnels, raises the possibility that Derinkuyu was built not just for temporary refuge, but for something far more significant. Could it have been designed as a shelter for a much broader, more existential crisis? Could it be that Derinkuyu, along with other similar subterranean cities found in the region, was constructed in response to a cataclysmic event? Some suggest that these ancient cities were built as refugees not merely from invading armies, but from a global disaster, possibly even a pre-flood cataclysm that reshaped the earth itself. If we are to entertain the possibility of a pre-flood civilization, one that existed before the Great Deluge described in countless mythologies, Derinkuyu takes on a new and much more intriguing role. The scale of the underground city, its complex engineering, and its meticulously planned structure might not merely be the product of a population responding to the dangers of their time, but of a society that was preparing for a world-altering event. Could the builders of Derinkuyu have known, or suspected, that an impending catastrophe was on the horizon, one that would force humanity to retreat into the earth? If so, then perhaps the city was not just a defensive measure, but a survival strategy, designed to protect its inhabitants not for years, but for millennia. The idea that Derinkuyu could be a product of a pre-flood civilization raises another thought-provoking question. What happened to the people who built it? Some theorists speculate that the builders of such sophisticated underground cities could have been part of a much older, more technologically advanced civilization, one that perished in a global cataclysm. According to some, the remnants of this ancient civilization may have left behind these underground complexes, their purpose hidden for millennia beneath the surface, only to be uncovered much later as humanity struggled to understand its true origins. Another theory suggests that these underground complexes, far from being merely fortresses or hiding places, might have had a more profound purpose. Perhaps they were designed to house the remnants of ancient knowledge or artifacts. Derinkuyu's expansive network of rooms, chambers, and tunnels suggests it was not only a shelter for people, but also a repository for valuable items, perhaps religious relics, sacred texts, or technological artifacts. Could the underground city have been built to protect such treasures from an apocalyptic event, ensuring that they would survive for future generations? Additionally, there's the eerie possibility that these subterranean cities were not merely for human survival. Some fringe theories even speculate that Derinkuyu could have served as a refuge for beings or intelligences beyond human comprehension, suggesting that the builders of these cities may have been in contact with non-human entities, whether they be extraterrestrial, supernatural, or some other form of advanced intelligence. Could the intricate design of Derinkuyu, with its narrow passageways, hidden chambers, and seemingly otherworldly engineering, be indicative of something beyond human capabilities, perhaps left behind by a far more ancient, non-human presence? The notion of Derinkuyu as a remnant of a pre-flood civilization adds a layer of intrigue to an already fascinating structure. Could the builders of Derinkuyu have known that they were preparing for something far more devastating than human history has been able to record? What clues might lie hidden beneath the layers of rock waiting to be uncovered? And could the underground chambers of Derinkuyu still hold secrets, perhaps even artifacts, that might shed light on the true nature of its origins? For now, the city of Derinkuyu remains a silent, subterranean enigma. Its purpose and origin are shrouded in mystery, and despite the remarkable efforts of archaeologists, much of it remains unexplored. Perhaps buried beneath its layers of rock lies the key to understanding not only the ancient people who built it, but also a much larger story about humanity's ancient past, one that may challenge everything we think we know about the origins of civilization itself. As the tunnels and chambers of Derinkuyu stand waiting, the mystery deepens, and the question lingers. What exactly were these ancient builders preparing for? In 1901, off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, a team of sponge divers stumbled upon a discovery that would reverberate through history. Deep within the wreck of an ancient ship, they uncovered a collection of bronze artifacts, but among them was one object that stood apart, a fragmentary, complex mechanism covered in strange inscriptions and gears. What they had found, later known as the Antikythera mechanism, was unlike anything that had ever been seen before. This intricate device, often described as the world's first analog computer, would baffle scientists, engineers, and historians for over a century. The Antikythera mechanism consists of a set of interlocking gears housed in a compact metal frame, and its purpose, for much of the 20th century, remained unclear. Initially, scholars thought it might be a simple astronomical calculator, a device to predict the movements of celestial bodies like the sun, moon, and planets. However, as researchers began to examine it more closely, they realized that the mechanism's complexity and precision were unlike anything seen in ancient technology. With gears that interlocked in a way that was thought to be beyond the capabilities of ancient civilizations, the Antikythera mechanism pointed to something much more profound, a level of technological sophistication that defied conventional understanding of the ancient world. The mechanism's discovery raised several critical questions. How could the ancient Greeks, whose recorded history rarely suggests the existence of such advanced machinery, have constructed something so intricate? Was this an isolated marvel? Or did it represent the remnants of a lost technological tradition, one that may have been obliterated in a pre-flood cataclysm, lost to the sands of time? The Antikythera mechanism itself is an enigma that continues to unfold. The device, which was originally housed in a wooden casing, was so advanced in design that it almost seems to belong to a different era, one that could not have possibly existed so far in the past. Modern computer scientists and engineers have reconstructed the device using 3D imaging, and through this painstaking process, they've revealed just how remarkably sophisticated the mechanism truly is. The gears, often no larger than the size of a coin, work in perfect harmony, a testament to the knowledge and precision that went into their design. When first discovered, the object was thought to be no more than a simple clockwork device. But after decades of research, scholars began to piece together a more startling theory, that this was a tool used by the ancient Greeks to track not only celestial movements but also to predict astronomical events, such as eclipses and even the timing of the Olympic Games. In effect, it acted as a kind of mechanical orrery, a model of the solar system that could be used to track and calculate cosmic phenomena. Yet the way the Antikythera mechanism operates is so much more advanced than other devices of its time that it has forced researchers to reconsider the technological landscape of the ancient world. The sophistication of the mechanism leads to a troubling question. How did such advanced knowledge, embedded in a seemingly simple machine, exist during a period when the Greeks had not yet even fully embraced the concept of gears, let alone the creation of finely tuned gear systems? We are left with the unsettling possibility that the Antikythera mechanism represents a lost chapter of history, a lost tradition of technological know-how that was destroyed or hidden in the wake of a great catastrophe. Indeed, the Antikythera mechanism may not be an isolated outlier of ancient engineering. In fact, it could be part of a broader pattern that points to the existence of a much older, advanced civilization, one that existed long before the Greeks and Egyptians, and one that may have been wiped out by a global flood. Ancient texts, from the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh to the Bible, speak of a great flood that wiped out humanity, and many of these texts tell of cities, technologies, and knowledge that were lost beneath the waters. If such a catastrophe occurred, it's possible that this lost civilization, one capable of creating devices like the Antikythera mechanism, was erased from history. But could it be possible that the Antikythera mechanism is just a fragment of a much larger, forgotten technological tradition that was passed down to the Greeks? Could the ancient world have had access to technologies so advanced that they appear almost futuristic, hidden in plain sight within the artifacts we consider ancient curiosities? The precision with which the mechanism was crafted suggests a culture of artisans who possessed knowledge that was far ahead of their time. It also begs the question, where did they acquire this knowledge, and what happened to the civilization that created it? Known for their pursuit of knowledge, could have inherited this lost technology from an earlier civilization that had mastered the mechanical arts long before their own. Some speculate that this civilization might have been wiped out by a massive flood, and the Antikythera mechanism could be a surviving remnant of their technological brilliance. The Antikythera mechanism, with its perfectly interlocking gears and the intricacies of its design, suggests that the civilization that created it had mastered mechanical engineering and astronomy in a way that we do not traditionally associate with the ancient world. But could it be that these technologies were not the product of a single, isolated society, but rather part of a global knowledge network that spanned multiple continents? This would be in line with certain ancient mythologies, which often describe lost civilizations possessing knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and the heavens, knowledge that may have been passed down through secret traditions, only to be lost when the civilization itself vanished. This brings us to a question that many researchers have pondered in the wake of the Antikythera mechanism's discovery. Could there have been a more ancient, globally interconnected society, one that built devices and monuments whose purpose we can only begin to understand? Some have even suggested that the Antikythera mechanism is evidence of technology from a lost pre-flood civilization, one that existed long before the Great Flood described in mythologies around the world. Could the creators of the Antikythera mechanism have been the inheritors of ancient knowledge passed down from a lost age? Was their civilization one of many that rose and fell over millennia, each leaving behind fragments of knowledge that might one day be rediscovered by future generations? As we continue to unlock the secrets of the Antikythera mechanism and explore its many facets, we must confront the possibility that our understanding of ancient technology is incomplete. This device, though centuries old, represents a level of engineering that was ahead of its time. And in that regard, it may be just the tip of the iceberg. The Antikythera mechanism challenges our assumptions about the limits of ancient human ingenuity. It reminds us that history is often far more complex and enigmatic than we might assume. What if the Antikythera mechanism is a testament to a lost age of technological marvels, one that existed long before recorded history? What if it's not just a relic of Greek engineering, but an echo of a much older, forgotten civilization whose knowledge was passed down like a hidden treasure from generation to generation until it was lost beneath the waves? As we ponder these possibilities, one thing is certain. The Antikythera mechanism has opened a door to mysteries yet to be fully understood, and perhaps, like the civilizations of the past, its secrets may one day rise again. Hidden in the misty mountains and undulating landscapes of South Korea, scattered across the verdant hills and coastal plains, lies a collection of enigmatic megalithic structures that continue to captivate both scholars and curious onlookers alike. These ancient monuments, known as dolmens, are colossal stone formations that have puzzled historians and archaeologists for centuries. Thousands of these megaliths dot the Korean peninsula, but their purpose, their builders, and the technology required to construct them remain a mystery to this day. A dolmen is typically composed of two or more large upright stones supporting a massive horizontal capstone, creating a structure that resembles a table or a primitive tomb. Some of the dolmens are massive, with capstones weighing up to 100 tons, and it's these colossal stones, carefully arranged with such precision, that raise a multitude of questions. How were these immense stones transported? What methods were used to lift and place these capstones? And perhaps most perplexingly, who were the builders, and why did they create these monumental structures? The dolmens in Korea are not isolated. They are part of a global phenomenon, a scattered pattern of megalithic structures that can be found across Europe, Africa, and Asia, indicating that ancient cultures, separated by vast distances and separated by time, somehow shared a similar impulse to erect these grand stone monuments. While scholars have long debated the origins and significance of these dolmens, there is a growing theory that suggests they could be the remnants of an ancient global megalithic culture, a lost civilization that shared knowledge of monumental stone construction techniques. But if this civilization existed, what happened to it? And why does history seem to have erased its memory? To understand the magnitude of these structures, consider the sheer scale of some of the dolmens scattered across South Korea. The Gochang dolmens, for example, are considered some of the finest examples of megalithic architecture in East Asia. These structures consist of massive slabs of granite, some of which are so large that modern construction machinery would struggle to lift them. The placement of these stones, often in remote and difficult-to-reach areas, suggests that the people who built them had a profound understanding of engineering and an ability to manipulate natural resources in ways that remain mysterious. The fact that these dolmens were created thousands of years ago, some dating back to the Bronze Age, adds another layer of intrigue. The builders had no access to the advanced technology we take for granted today. There were no cranes, no heavy machinery, no modern transport systems to move these massive stones, and yet somehow they managed to haul these massive boulders over great distances, often carving them with remarkable precision to fit together with other stones in a way that is both functional and aesthetically striking. Some of the dolmens are thought to have served as tombs, burial sites for powerful chieftains or elite members of ancient society. Others, however, remain far more ambiguous in their purpose. Could these dolmens have been used for ritual purposes? Were they built as astronomical observatories, aligned with the stars, the seasons, or celestial events? In some instances, it appears that the dolmens were aligned with specific celestial bodies or natural phenomena. hinting that the builders may have had knowledge of astronomy far more advanced than previously imagined. The use of dolmens as burial sites is well documented in several ancient cultures, but in Korea their function seems to extend beyond that. Some dolmens are found in groups, suggesting that they may have formed part of a larger, coordinated ceremonial or spiritual system. These structures may have been part of a ritual landscape, a focal point for early societies that placed immense importance on the connection between the physical world and the heavens. Despite these theories, the precise motivations behind their construction remain elusive. The size and scale of the dolmens would have required considerable organization, manpower, and resources. Who were these people capable of such monumental feats of engineering? Was this a highly specialized society, with advanced knowledge passed down through generations? Or could these dolmens have been the work of a much older, more sophisticated culture, perhaps even one that predates the earliest known civilizations? The intriguing possibility that these dolmens are part of a broader, forgotten global culture of megalithic builders is not a new one. Scholars have long noted the striking similarities between the dolmens in Korea and those found in other parts of the world, such as in France, Ireland, and even as far afield as Malta and the Canary Islands. These similarities suggest that ancient peoples, separated by vast oceans and time, shared a common cultural impulse to create massive stone structures. The precision and scale of these structures often defy the capabilities of the societies that supposedly built them. Could it be that these dolmens were part of a larger, lost civilization, one that stretched across continents and left behind traces of its knowledge and architectural expertise, only for the remnants of this culture to be erased in the aftermath of a great cataclysm? What if this ancient civilization had mastered the art of stone construction, passed down knowledge that enabled them to manipulate the forces of nature, harness the power of the stars, and build monuments that would last for millennia? If so, why did they disappear, leaving behind only these cryptic, silent stone structures as evidence of their existence? Some theories propose that the builders of these dolmens were part of a culture that lived during a time of profound upheaval, a time before the great flood myths of ancient civilizations. The sudden disappearance of this advanced culture, possibly caused by a global catastrophe, could explain why their knowledge and techniques were lost to history. Perhaps these dolmens, scattered across the world, were not merely memorials or tombs, but were built as part of a greater global effort to survive and preserve knowledge for future generations should disaster strike. The idea of an ancient global civilization may seem far-fetched, but when examining the staggering similarities between dolmen sites around the world, it becomes difficult to dismiss the possibility entirely. Could the builders of the dolmens have communicated with one another across vast distances, sharing knowledge of construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and ritual practices? Or was this knowledge somehow innate, a shared understanding that arose independently in various cultures at the same time? The absence of written records makes it nearly impossible to answer these questions definitively, but the dolmens themselves stand as mute testimony to a lost era of human history. As modern archaeologists and researchers continue to study the dolmens of Korea and their counterparts across the globe, the mystery deepens. Each new discovery, whether it's the uncovering of additional dolmen sites or the identification of new features and alignments, raises more questions than it answers. Was there an ancient, forgotten civilization that spanned the globe, leaving behind these monumental stones as the only trace of its existence? Or were the dolmens simply the work of smaller, isolated cultures, each building in a way that reflected their own local traditions? What remains clear is that these massive stones, scattered across Korea's landscape, are far more than just relics of a long-dead society. They are a puzzle, waiting to be solved, a reminder of a time when human ingenuity reached extraordinary heights. The answers, if they exist, may be buried beneath the earth or hidden in the forgotten corners of ancient texts. But until then, the dolmens remain, their silence holding a powerful message, one that calls out to us across the millennia, challenging us to understand the mysteries of a civilization that was lost, perhaps forever. The Nazca Desert, a barren expanse of arid terrain in southern Peru, is home to one of the most perplexing and awe-inspiring mysteries of the ancient world, the Nazca Lines. Sprawling across some 200 square miles, these enormous geoglyphs, designs carved into the Earth's surface, remain an enduring enigma. From the ground, the lines are difficult to appreciate in their entirety. They appear as shallow furrows in the sand, barely perceptible to the human eye. But from above, they reveal a breathtaking spectacle. Geometric patterns, spirals, and most famously, enormous depictions of animals and humanoid figures, their scale so vast that they seem to stretch to the horizon. The Nazca Lines are not just an ancient form of art. They are a puzzle that has confounded archaeologists, historians, and scientists for nearly a century. Who created them? How were they made? And perhaps most intriguingly, why did their creators design these massive patterns in such a way that their true purpose could only be understood from the air? At first glance, it seems almost absurd. These colossal figures, some stretching over 1,000 feet long, are laid out in a desert that, in ancient times, was likely not a place where human activity was concentrated. The sheer scale of the designs, the precision with which they were drawn, and the fact that they are only fully comprehensible from the sky, all invite one to ponder a question that has echoed through the halls of academic inquiry for decades. Why? The lines themselves are relatively simple in construction, formed by removing the top layer of reddish-brown gravel to reveal the lighter, paler soil beneath. Yet, despite their simplicity and technique, the designs they create are anything but ordinary. The Nazca Lines include intricate shapes, from perfectly straight lines and geometric patterns to detailed representations of animals, such as a spider, a hummingbird, and a monkey. These figures, etched into the Earth's surface, remain largely untouched by time, their clarity preserved by the dry, windless climate of the desert. The question that continues to haunt researchers is, why were these designs made to be visible only from above? For decades, conventional explanations focused on the idea that the lines and figures served a religious or ceremonial purpose. Some archaeologists suggest that the lines were created by the Nazca culture to honor deities or to mark sacred pathways. These figures may have been part of religious rituals or offerings intended to appease gods, perhaps linked to water worship, given the arid environment in which the Nazca people lived. The idea is that the figures were made for the gods to see, ensuring their favor and the continuation of vital resources like rain and crops. But if the Nazca people, who lived between roughly 500 BCE and 500 CE, created these lines as part of a religious or ceremonial practice, why would they go to such enormous lengths to make them visible only from the sky? After all, the Nazca culture had no known ability to fly or to view the lines from above in any way. The landscape was viewed only from the ground, a vantage point from which the designs would be invisible. This is where the mystery deepens. One plausible theory is that the Nazca people might have created these lines as part of an elaborate ritual designed to be seen by the gods. But could there be another explanation? Perhaps the lines weren't meant to be seen only by deities, but by something or someone else. Could the Nazca culture have had knowledge of aerial views long before modern flight was possible? Were the lines part of a much broader, more advanced system of communication or observation, one that required a perspective that we, today, are only beginning to understand? An intriguing theory suggests that the Nazca lines might have been constructed with the help of advanced knowledge or technology from an unknown or forgotten civilization. Some speculate that the lines were created by people with knowledge of flight, suggesting the possibility of ancient air travel or flying machines. This theory is controversial, but it continues to fuel debates among those who believe that the ancient world may have been far more technologically advanced than we give it credit for. If true, what does this imply about the lost civilizations that may have existed in the distant past? Others posit a more grounded theory, arguing that the lines were part of a sophisticated astronomical system. The Nazca people were highly attuned to the movements of the stars, planets, and other celestial bodies. The lines and figures may have functioned as markers for celestial events, helping to track the cycles of the moon, the movements of planets, or the changing seasons. For example, some of the lines appear to align with specific points on the horizon, marking the position of the sun during the solstices or the path of certain stars across the night sky. Could these immense lines have been a giant astronomical calendar, a way for the Nazca people to map the heavens and synchronize their agricultural cycles with the cosmos? While astronomical theories seem plausible given the Nazca people's known interest in celestial events, the fact that many of the designs appear to have little functional purpose, at least from a practical standpoint, adds another layer of mystery. The sheer size and complexity of the lines suggest that they were not just a utilitarian tool for the Nazca, but rather an ambitious endeavor meant to convey meaning, purpose, or knowledge that transcended the purely practical. Theories about the line's purpose range from the plausible to the fringe. Some researchers argue that the figures were constructed for ritualistic purposes, connecting the earth with the sky in a sacred act of cosmic harmony. Others propose that they were part of a larger spiritual system, a form of communication between humans and divine forces. The notion that the figures were a visual language, a kind of symbolic script, has also been suggested. The idea here is that the Nazca people might have been creating a visual language to convey important messages about their culture, religion, or history, messages that would only be legible from a vantage point above. One of the more speculative, yet captivating theories is that the Nazca lines might have served as an ancient form of message for extraterrestrial visitors. This idea, which has become part of popular lore, posits that the figures were designed to attract the attention of beings from other worlds, beings who could view the patterns from the air or from space. While there is no direct evidence to support this idea, the sheer scale and precision of the figures, as well as the seemingly inexplicable necessity of aerial visibility, have led some to wonder if this could indeed be a possibility. Could these lines be a form of ancient communication, an invitation to beings from the stars? While such theories may seem far-fetched to many, they are a testament to the enduring power of the Nazca lines to captivate the imagination. The idea that ancient peoples may have had knowledge of aerial views, or even extraterrestrial contact, speaks to a deeper mystery that refuses to be easily explained. One thing remains certain: the Nazca lines are not easily understood. Their purpose, their creators, and their true significance continue to elude us. From the ground, they are simple grooves in the earth. From above, they are breathtaking works of art and engineering. As we continue to study the lines and attempt to uncover their secrets, one thing becomes abundantly clear. The Nazca lines are not just ancient markings on the earth. They are a message, a puzzle left by a civilization that, whether intentionally or by fate, crafted a legacy that speaks to us across the millennia. The mystery endures. As technology advances and new methods of exploration are developed, the Nazca lines may yet reveal more of their hidden truths. Until then, we are left with the question: what were the Nazca people trying to tell us? And why did they choose to do so in such an elusive and enigmatic way? Perhaps, in the not-too-distant future, we will uncover more answers. Or perhaps, the mystery will remain, as many great mysteries of the past do, just out of reach, teasing us with the possibility of understanding, but never fully revealing their secrets. From the desert sands of Nazca, we now turn our gaze toward India, to a site that is both enigmatic and awe-inspiring, an architectural marvel hewn directly into the earth itself. The Ellora Caves, a vast network of rock-cut temples, monasteries, and shrines, stand as one of the most impressive feats of ancient engineering. Carved into the rugged cliffs of the Western Ghats, these sacred structures seem almost otherworldly in their precision and scale. The sheer complexity of the stonework, particularly the famous Kailasa Temple, continues to baffle scholars and visitors alike, raising questions not only about the methods employed, but about the very nature of the ancient artisans who created them. The Kailasa Temple, which stands at the heart of the Ellora complex, is perhaps the most enigmatic of them all. Unlike any other temple of its kind, this monumental structure was carved from a single massive block of basalt. Its creation is so precise, so intricate, that it defies conventional understanding of ancient technology. To think that this immense structure, standing at over 100 feet tall, 80 feet wide, and 200 feet deep, was carved entirely by hand from top to bottom, without the aid of modern tools, is almost incomprehensible. The detail in the sculptures, the symmetry of the design, and the engineering prowess required to achieve such a feat are extraordinary, especially considering that the Kailasa Temple was created more than 1,300 years ago during the 8th century. But as remarkable as this temple is, it's not the only one of its kind at Ellora. The complex consists of 34 caves, each a testament to the extraordinary craftsmanship of its creators. These caves, originally carved as both religious and monastic sites, stretch across a timeline of over 1,000 years. They are a mixture of Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain influences, with each sect leaving its mark in the stone. The diversity of the religious and artistic themes within Ellora's cave temples offers a unique glimpse into the spiritual and cultural life of ancient India, but it's the technical skill behind their creation that continues to baffle modern minds. How exactly were the craftsmen able to carve such intricate and sophisticated designs out of solid rock with such precision? The walls of these caves are lined with statues of gods and goddesses, detailed friezes, and elaborate carvings that reflect not only religious iconography but an advanced understanding of geometry, symmetry, and engineering. Many of these carvings are so finely executed that they appear to have been done with the aid of laser-like technology, leaving behind smooth, flawless surfaces and crisp edges. Yet, no evidence of advanced tools or machinery has been found that could explain the precision of this work. Some scholars suggest that the artisans used basic tools such as hammers and chisels to create these masterpieces, but the level of detail achieved raises the question, could such rudimentary tools have been enough? The problem of scale alone presents a significant challenge. The Kailasa Temple, for instance, is not just a building, it's an entire structure carved into the rock. It is said that the builders began at the top of the rock, carving downward, a method that seems counterintuitive and difficult to execute with the tools available at the time. Yet, there is no evidence to suggest that any kind of scaffolding or lifting technology was used. How did they maintain such incredible precision from such a precarious position? And then there's the matter of the overall design. The Kailasa Temple is a complex network of chambers, corridors, and open courtyards, all carved from a single monolithic piece of rock. The walls of the temple are adorned with thousands of sculptures, each of which is intricately detailed and finely proportioned. The sheer complexity of the space is mind-boggling, an entire religious complex with shrines, sanctuaries, and halls, all carved from the same stone. This level of planning and design suggests not only exceptional skill but also a remarkable understanding of spatial architecture. How could the builders have achieved this? especially without any of the modern surveying tools or blueprints that we take for granted today. As researchers continue to explore the methods behind these constructions, some have speculated that the builders of Ellora might have had access to lost or forgotten techniques, possibly even something akin to advanced machinery. Could it be that the architects of the Ellora caves had access to a kind of technology we can scarcely imagine? Some fringe theorists suggest that the ability to create such intricate and expansive structures might be the result of tools or methods that were lost after a catastrophic event, perhaps a global disaster that wiped out a civilization capable of such feats. While this remains highly speculative, it raises an important question. What kind of knowledge could have existed in ancient times that has since been forgotten, and how much of it might still be hidden beneath the surface? The possibility that the Ellora caves are the result of lost knowledge or forgotten techniques is not entirely without merit. After all, the ancient world was not devoid of technological ingenuity. The Egyptians, the Mesopotamians, and the Greeks all demonstrated remarkable engineering feats, some of which continue to challenge our understanding. If these civilizations had access to methods and tools that are no longer in our collective memory, could the builders of Ellora have done the same? Was their mastery over stone carving the result of techniques that have since been lost to history? One possible clue lies in the quality of the stone itself. The basalt used to carve the Kailasa temple and many other caves at Ellora is notably tough and difficult to work with. It's a volcanic rock known for its hardness and resistance to weathering. Yet, the fine details of the carvings, the smooth surfaces, and the evenness of the cuts suggest an unusual precision that could not have been easily achieved using basic tools. Some have speculated that the craftsmen may have had access to a form of high heat or advanced abrasives, materials that would allow them to carve through such hard rock with far more precision than a simple chisel would permit. Another possibility, though still highly speculative, is that the architects of the Ellora caves were privy to some form of advanced knowledge, perhaps derived from a lost or even extraterrestrial source. This theory, though fringe, suggests that the precision and scale of the carvings could be evidence of a civilization possessing technology far beyond what we believe was available at the time. Could ancient cultures have been visited by beings with advanced knowledge, who imparted this knowledge to them? The idea may seem far-fetched to some, but it's a question worth considering in light of the immense challenges posed by the construction of the Ellora temples. Of course, it's also possible that the answers lie in more grounded theories. Perhaps the builders of Ellora were simply masters of their craft, using techniques and knowledge that were perfectly suited to their environment and materials. They may have had access to resources and techniques that have simply not survived to the present day. The lack of surviving documentation from the time of the temple's construction only deepens the mystery. Without written records or blueprints, we are left to speculate based on the physical evidence alone. One of the most striking aspects of the Ellora caves, aside from their architectural grandeur, is their enduring ability to evoke wonder and awe. Even in the 21st century, when we are accustomed to the feats of modern engineering, the Kailasa Temple and its companions still seem impossibly advanced for their time. It's as though they were created not just to be viewed but to be experienced, a testament to the spiritual and intellectual heights that the builders must have reached. As we stand before these rock-hewn wonders, we cannot help but ask, what lost knowledge did these builders possess? How could they have carved such extraordinary works with such precision, and why did they dedicate themselves to such monumental tasks? Were these temples simply expressions of faith, or were they the product of a lost era of ancient innovation, an era whose secrets are still buried in the stone waiting to be uncovered? The mystery of the Ellora caves is far from solved, and as we continue to study these incredible structures, one thing remains clear. The past is not always as it seems, and the hidden truths of ancient civilizations may still lie beneath our feet, waiting to be rediscovered. As we continue our journey through the hidden mysteries of the ancient world, we now turn to the sunken ruins off the coast of Sicily, an enigmatic sight that has stirred both awe and skepticism for decades. The underwater city, often referred to as the Sicilian Atlantis, lies beneath the waves near the ancient town of Camara, just off the eastern coast of the island. What lies submerged in the deep beneath the tranquil surface of the Mediterranean Sea? Could these ruins, scattered across the ocean floor, be remnants of a forgotten civilization, one that flourished long before recorded history, perhaps even before the rise of the first known empires? The discovery of submerged ruins near Sicily has intrigued both archaeologists and armchair explorers for over a century. The area, often referred to as the Piazza dei Templi, or the Square of the Temples, contains a series of submerged structures that are remarkably well preserved. Stone blocks, walls, and what appear to be staircases, roads, and even temples have been found at depths of up to 30 meters, nearly 100 feet. These structures do not match the style of ancient Greek or Roman architecture typically found in the Mediterranean. Instead, they display a unique arrangement of stonework that suggests they could predate those known civilizations by thousands of years. What makes the story of this submerged city particularly compelling is its potential age. Some researchers argue that the ruins could date as far back as 10,000 BCE, far beyond the rise of the Greeks, Romans, or even the ancient Egyptians. If these ruins are indeed that old, they would challenge much of what we know about human history, suggesting that an advanced society once thrived in this region long before the first known civilizations. The mystery begins with the geography of the area itself. According to geological studies, the coast of Sicily, like many parts of the Mediterranean, has undergone significant shifts due to tectonic activity. Over thousands of years, the sea has risen and fallen, reshaping coastlines and inundating what were once thriving coastal settlements. However, what makes these particular ruins so intriguing is their construction. The stonework appears to have been crafted with a level of sophistication and precision that suggests a degree of technological expertise not typically associated with societies from such an early period. The layout of the sunken city is also curious. The arrangement of the structures, with what appear to be multiple levels and terraces, hints at an organized urban plan, a city built with a deliberate and structured design. But what kind of civilization could have possessed the necessary knowledge of architecture, engineering, and urban planning to construct such a city thousands of years before the rise of Mesopotamia or Egypt? Could this be evidence of a long-lost society that flourished in the distant past, perhaps even before the end of the last ice age? Some proponents of this theory suggest that these ruins could be the remnants of a forgotten civilization, one that was wiped out by a catastrophic event, perhaps a massive flood or a sudden rise in sea levels. After all, the Mediterranean has seen its fair share of upheavals over millennia. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and shifting tectonic plates have all contributed to the transformation of this region. The idea of an advanced society falling victim to such a disaster is not a new one. Ancient myths, from the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh to Plato's tale of Atlantis, are filled with stories of once great civilizations that were lost to the ravages of nature. But the more we explore these sunken ruins, the more questions arise. How could a society capable of such monumental construction have vanished without leaving any trace of its culture, language, or artifacts? Why, despite extensive underwater exploration, has no written evidence been found to support the existence of such a civilization? Could these structures be something else entirely? Perhaps a natural formation or a much more recent human construction than originally believed? Geological studies of the area offer some clues. The submerged ruins are located near the ancient city of Camara, which was a known settlement during the Greek and Roman periods. However, Many of the structures found underwater do not align with the architectural style of these later civilizations. This has led some researchers to propose that the city may have been submerged much earlier than the Greek or Roman periods, during a time when sea levels were much lower. Theories based on ancient maps and underwater topography suggest that the structures could have been part of a coastal city that existed before the rise of classical Greece, perhaps dating as far back as 10,000 BCE, at the tail end of the Ice Age. Interestingly, some researchers have drawn parallels between these submerged ruins and the ancient megalithic structures found in other parts of the world. The precision with which the stone blocks are arranged, combined with the large size and the carefully planned layout, echoes the architectural traditions seen in places like the megalithic sites of Malta, Stonehenge, and even the pyramids of Egypt. But how could such advanced stonework exist in an age that, according to mainstream archaeology, was still in the infancy of human civilization? Of course, not all scientists and archaeologists are convinced by these theories. Some dismiss the sunken ruins off the coast of Sicily as the work of more recent civilizations, perhaps Roman or medieval in origin. Others suggest that the stone formations could be a natural phenomenon, with the arrangement of the stones the result of natural erosion and seismic activity rather than human design. Given the region's complex geological history, it is possible that the appearance of ancient ruins is simply the result of nature's hand. But for many, the possibility that these ruins are evidence of a lost civilization buried beneath the waves by a cataclysmic event remains a tantalizing possibility. If the structures really do date back to 10,000 BCE, they could rewrite much of what we know about ancient history. They might not just represent the remnants of a forgotten culture. They could hold the key to understanding the origins of human civilization itself. What is clear is that the ruins off the coast of Sicily present a profound mystery. The stonework, the sophisticated urban layout, and the sheer scale of the structures all point to something extraordinary. And yet, there is no definitive evidence to conclusively identify the builders or their culture. No inscriptions, no artifacts, no written records, just the silent, submerged remnants of what might once have been a thriving city, now lost to the depths. As with many mysteries of the ancient world, the more we learn, the more questions arise. Could this sunken city be the long-lost remains of a pre-flood civilization, submerged by a cataclysmic event that occurred at the end of the last ice age? Or is it the work of a much more recent society, whose history was erased by time and natural forces? As modern technology continues to peer deeper into the Mediterranean's waters, the answers remain elusive, hidden beneath layers of silt and centuries of neglect. The mystery of the sunken city off the coast of Sicily may never be fully solved, but one thing is certain. The possibility that a once advanced civilization existed in this area, long before the rise of known ancient cultures, invites us to rethink the very nature of our collective past. What knowledge, what secrets might still lie beneath the waves, waiting to be uncovered? And what truths about the origins of human civilization are we still yet to discover? Only time and further exploration may provide the answers, but for now, the ruins remain, silent witnesses to a distant, submerged world. As our exploration of ancient pre-flood structures deepens, we now turn to a site in Florida that, though more modern in its creation, seems to defy our understanding of engineering and craftsmanship. Located in the small town of Homestead, just south of Miami, lies a remarkable monument known as Coral Castle, a mysterious structure built from massive blocks of coral rock, some weighing several tons, all of which were moved and arranged with a precision that has left many to wonder. How could such feats of engineering have been achieved with the tools and technology available to its creator, Edward Leeds Calnan? The story of Coral Castle begins in the early 20th century, when Kalnin, a Latvian immigrant, began constructing his monument in the 1920s. Over the course of nearly 28 years, Kalnin, a man of seemingly humble means, worked alone, creating an elaborate complex of stone structures, including a towering wall, a massive rotating stone door, and an array of intricate carvings, all fashioned from coral rock. These stones, some weighing up to 30 tons, were cut, shaped, and moved into place with a level of precision that has puzzled historians and engineers alike. What makes the construction of Coral Castle particularly enigmatic is that Kalnin was a solitary figure, working without modern tools or machinery. He used only basic hand tools, and at times even claimed to have worked under the cover of darkness. Given the scale and complexity of his work, many have asked, how did he manage to move and carve such massive stones with such precision? Was he simply a genius, using nothing but his own ingenuity, or was there something more to his methods? Something lost to time but perhaps indicative of forgotten ancient techniques? Kalnin's own explanations for his methods were cryptic, often bordering on the mystical. He claimed that he had discovered the secret of the pyramid and how the ancient Egyptians used it to build their monumental structures. This, of course, led to wild speculation. Was Kalnin tapping into some ancient knowledge, perhaps even tapping into the same energies that once allowed civilizations like those of Egypt to construct the pyramids? Did he understand something that modern science still fails to grasp? Something about gravity, magnetism, or the forces of nature that we have yet to unlock? What we know for sure is that Kalnin's work at Coral Castle was a feat of both engineering and artistry. The site itself is a complex of sculptures and structures, all made from blocks of coral that Kalnin quarried from a nearby reef. The stones were cut and shaped into various forms, including arches, walls, and sculptures of geometric and symbolic shapes. The most famous structure, perhaps, is the enormous stone door, an incredible feat in itself. The door, which weighs over 9 tons, is perfectly balanced and can be moved by a gentle push, yet it fits so precisely within its frame that it appears to float effortlessly on its hinges. How was Kalnin able to accomplish such feats of construction? The most straightforward explanation is that he must have used a combination of ingenuity, leverage, and an intimate knowledge of mechanical principles. Kalnin was known to have an interest in physics, magnetism, and electricity, and some of his writings suggest that he had a deep understanding of the forces that govern the natural world. But the methods he employed remain shrouded in mystery. One theory that has persisted since the time of Coral Castle's creation is that Kalnin somehow tapped into an ancient technique, perhaps a lost form of energy manipulation, that allowed him to move these massive stones with ease. Could he have used principles of magnetism or even an early form of anti-gravity? While there is no solid evidence to support this theory, the idea that Kalnin possessed some knowledge of forgotten technologies has continued to captivate those who visit the site. Some have even suggested that Coral Castle may be a modern manifestation of ancient techniques that were lost over time. If Kalnin was able to harness such unknown forces, could he have uncovered something that ancient civilizations once knew, perhaps long before our recorded history? The alignment of Coral Castle with certain astronomical features, such as the movements of the stars and planets, has only fueled this speculation. Some have noted that the orientation of the structures within the site seems to align with the movements of the sun during key celestial events, further suggesting that Kalnin was attempting to tap into ancient knowledge. While many modern engineers argue that Kalnin's feats could be achieved through sheer physical labor and mechanical knowledge, others remain unconvinced. The sheer scale of his work, along with the absence of any definitive records of how he accomplished it, leaves room for other possibilities. Could it be that we are missing a key piece of the puzzle? Might we be looking at the remnants of a forgotten tradition of stoneworking, one that predated even the ancient Egyptians and their towering pyramids? One of the most compelling aspects of Coral Castle is the silence surrounding its construction. Leedskalnin never allowed anyone to witness the work being done, and even when visitors did come to the site, they were often greeted with little more than vague mystical explanations. Some reports suggest that he would work only at night, under the cover of darkness, and that he was fiercely protective of the methods he employed. Was he guarding a secret? If so, what was it? Why did he feel the need to keep his methods so concealed? Some even wonder if Leedskalnin's motivations were driven by something more personal than a simple desire to create a monument. It is widely believed that Coral Castle was, at least in part, built as a tribute to a woman whom Leedskalnin had loved, but who had left him before they were married. Could the mystery of Coral Castle be intertwined with an emotional story, one that drove him to unlock the secrets of the universe in order to prove something to himself or to her? There are no clear answers, and the puzzle of Coral Castle remains as enigmatic as ever. The absence of definitive records, combined with the esoteric nature of Leedskalnin's work, means that the true nature of the techniques he employed remains a mystery. Some believe that Coral Castle is proof that ancient, forgotten methods of construction were more advanced than we could have imagined. Others contend that it is a testament to Leedskalnin's brilliance and determination, a man who may have simply understood how to manipulate the forces of nature in ways that modern science has yet to comprehend. Could Coral Castle be a modern example of a long-lost technique, an echo of a time when civilizations possessed knowledge that has since vanished from our collective memory? Or was it the result of one man's unwavering persistence and mastery of physics and mechanics? Perhaps, in the end, Coral Castle will always remain a reminder of the mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding, one that challenges our conventional wisdom, while inviting us to look more closely at the forces that have shaped the world we know. As with so many ancient mysteries, the answers are elusive, hidden beneath layers of time and silence. But the enigma of Coral Castle endures, a silent witness to the potential of human ingenuity, and a testament to the enduring fascination with the forgotten technologies that may lie buried beneath the surface of our modern understanding. What other forgotten secrets lie hidden in the world around us, waiting to be uncovered? Only time, and perhaps a bit more exploration, will tell.